Okay, somehow we're streaming now. What's up, everybody? Let's go. Let's see, so that means I can move over here. We have the music going. I can get into VR mode. Make sure this is working for me, and we should be good. Okay, cool. Seems good to me. Mr. Georgia Plane Spotting, hello. And welcome. Glad you're back. Let's see, where are we starting from? There's our desert. We're flying up here, so I think we were... Which one's this? Ballarat? No. Crap, where were we? Birdsville? Yeah, there we go. Oh, let's see. The departure. Tom's not here to make the deal. Yes, we have background music now. Okay, in the Discord, I tried to make a deal with Tom since he said we were only allowed to fly like 3 different helicopters here. But since this is literally just over a desert, and if we do it, I'll change to one of the approved helicopters later. But what do you think about doing the H-160 here? And I'll show you why. Dang it. I want 21 pounds. I want 2,500 pounds. Perfect. Because the place that we are going is across this desert, where literally all we're going to see today is, yeah. But if we allow me to do the 160 for this, also because this is at the limit of fuel range for all the other helicopters, if we do that, that means I will have time to hop in something else and get us down here near the nipples, so that way next stream we can do that. But if you think that's acceptable, then I'll do it, because he's not here, so he can't tell me no, technically. But I think that's a good deal. That's... Everything else, the range is like right here, so we'd have to maybe feign a ferry tank, just because of how close it would be. Do we have any sort of undesirable wind that wouldn't work out? Or it'd be in a much bigger helicopter, I'd be hand flying, but this way I can do the autopilot thing and enjoy that while we're over the desert, get it over quickly, and then we can actually have a somewhat more of an exciting stream over this little bit here. That's my deal that I'm presenting for the class. So he's still getting... Oh yeah, dude, no problem. Like, you're under no legal obligation to watch these streams, so it's not like I'm like, man, where is he? He didn't show up to work today. Yeah, people got lives. I'm not worried. Yeah, I think we're going to do this just because it's going to make much more sense for fuel, and then it also gives us that extra jump because I've missed the couple of days as well. And if it's good and we have a lot of people watching or whatever here at the end, then maybe we do the nipple today and come back and land. And then that gets us out of here, and hopefully we'll be out of Australia by episode 50, which we're on 42 now. You're not required to be here. I think we're on 42 now, so I sure should hope we're out of here by 50. I'd hate to be 50 episodes in and only halfway around the world, because if we weren't here, we'd be over here somewhere, honestly. We'd be much, much closer, so I want to speed this up. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start with the 160. I want resets. I want on. Hey, good thing we are in the Middle East. Hey, apparently there's a ceasefire. That's on. That's on. Not gonna worry about emergency generators yet. That's all good. All this is good right now. Let's make sure my cyclic's relatively centered. Such a sexy looking blade. Okay, all that's good. All I have to do is put that on. Start test okay. Map. That's good, that's good. Sick. Let's make sure that this is set up. Cyclic control. No springs. On, realistic. Okay, cool. I think we're good. H160, damn right. Okay, those are getting up to speed. Watching our rotor speed here. Okay, so at this point, we're good to take the parking brake off. There in the middle. I've got a button for it. Just turn and get ourselves facing towards the wind there. We'll just pick her up now. What do you say? Nope, more pickup. There we go. Landing gear. Watch your mouth, lady. Okay, we did this. We were fueled up because that's all topped off. Since at the first flight to Atlanta is Wednesday, I'll probably go the Sunday before or after. So are you trying to catch the first flight or just catch any of them? Collective mode, altitude acquire.
Alt A crossing. Alt A crossing.
See, what heading do we need to go in? We're pretty good here. Heading. You're hoping to catch the first flight? So you want to get the first one, but you're not going to. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's see if I can put my... Oop. I tightened up my collective and everything. So that way, hopefully they stick easier, and it makes it a bit closer to what I felt in real life. So, that's a thing for sure. Let's see if we can reset these kind of centered. There we go, that's cool. Let's take the heading, right one click. Take our airspeed up. Okay, here we go. This is our next long fucking time right here. But yeah, we're in it now. We're doing the thing. Server be damned, honestly, right now. I'm not going to worry about putting that in unless somebody asks. Then I'll worry about it. But right now, that's not on my thing that I care about list. But yeah, hope you're good. About 2 hours and 20 minutes at 140 knots. Cool. Well, we'll see if we can keep above that, because this helicopter can do a bit better than that, so I'm just letting it slowly work itself up there, you know. When you ask too much, the autopilot doesn't seem to like it as much, so either way. Ground speed 149 right now, airspeed 149. Okay, so we're kind of dead aired at the moment. I was gonna say, oh yeah, so yeah, I'm flying now, as you know. Something has come up to where I should be able to fund this immediately. So I'm getting my medical done. I've got that scheduled. Kind of went to my doctor today just for a checkup, just to see, because I haven't done a checkup in a long time. But it should be good. Knock on wood. Going to my medical the 3rd, but I can continue flight school until then. It's just a matter of I can't solo until my medical's done. So this gives me a week and a half right now. What's today? The 20 something. 23rd. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit 20 hours in 7 days. So I'm not super worried about that. Robert Harrison, welcome back. Hope all is well with you as well. Pop our heading a couple more to the right. Even us up on that track. Yeah, bring this one way out. Cool, whatever, we'll keep it. Do we have any, do you have wind speed information in GPS? If you do, we're going in a 3-0-ish heading. Yeah, so training should start very full speed next week, I'm assuming, if the weather's all good. 13 knots right now, quartering tailwind at 1,000 feet. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it 1,500 feet just to. You're kind of getting a little headish wind. 149. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I'm happy with this. I'm going to keep this just because it gives me a little bit of safety range. God, this is a boring area. I'm glad I'm not hand flying this. But. Yeah, so hopefully soon I'll be set to solo. It'll be at least after July 3rd. But I'm hoping to solo pretty quickly once the 20 hours hits. Since I'm still not working on a production right now, I'm going to make ground school my full-time job. Watching helicopter online ground school over and over and over and over again. Taking notes, making flashcards, testing myself, doing their test, doing practice tests, literally making ground school a full-time job for me. That way I'm not wasting any time and I'm as quick up as I need to be, and I have the time here already, so might as well. I wasn't really focusing on ground school stuff here recently. But I definitely wasn't making it like the priority I needed to, because my assumption was always like, okay, cool, I'm still another 4 or 5 months away from really needing it. But since this is happening now, I've got to gotta hunker it down a little bit, you know? About 10 knots right across halfway through. Yeah, right now we're showing like a 10 to 12 knot directly from the left. And the way I can tell that is this little arrow right here. That's telling me where winds are coming and winds are going. 10 knot tailwind. Oh yeah, cool, that's exactly what I want at our destination, getting a tailwind. Perfect. Background music, good level. I know we've been kind of adjusting it the past couple of times. Dude, these sand dunes are weird. They're just giant lines running. I wonder what sort of stuff you can find out here. You know, like, it's gotta be some sort of a... I don't want to say there's nothing out here, like even if you were to do some sort of archaeology, but there's got to be something somewhere. Like, I don't feel like this has been this forever. At some point in history, something was out here. Just a matter of figuring out where it was or where it would have ended up. Oh yeah, the lines are definitely for like a sandstorm effect. You ever watch there's a video online on YouTube, and I forget who it is. I watch a lot of like smart things but dumb shit, is the way I say it. Like, I've gotten down the rabbit hole about how erosion works. And it's like when you look at like rivers and stuff, and it's like there's three things that... Is it three? It's like the amount of water directly affects the amount of particulate or debris or whatever. And there's like a ratio where this ratio like affects each other, and it's like, cool, if you increase or decrease one, the other ones change as well. So it's like a creek or water flowing through a creek in like perfect or settled levels or whatever. It's like there's no dinosaur bones somewhere out here, you know, or some sort of prehistoric something. But yeah, there's some sort of level where everything flows clean because it's not enough, not a higher amount of water or higher amount of water velocity that's picking up any crap. But it's not a so the water just flows, and it just flows over the sand stays where it is, you know. But as soon as the water flow picks up a little bit, the sand can start moving around a little bit, and vice versa. If you put too much sand in there where it's past its balance point of existence, then things can change. But I'm sure it's the same thing looking at air moving over desert or something like this. Where it's like, cool, when the sandstorms come through, there has to be whatever level of wind and loose particulate that hits these dunes picks up just enough to move it to the next dune. And where it scoots across all these empty layers in between and stuff. And not surprised there are no clouds yet. It's just haze. Just fucking haze. That's all it is. Whew. Stronger winds, more flying sand. Yeah, exactly. And it hits like some sort of balance point, you know? Because the air at the same time is also some kind of a... Like you do fluid simulations whenever you're looking at aerodynamic stuff, because it all behaves generally the same way. Oh, are we there yet? Nope. Yeah, this will be an episode more on the boring side, so definitely sorry everybody, but we have to have these every once in a while. It's just part of it. You want to fly across the world, you gotta break a few eggs. Look at the coning. Like you can see some like U-shape with the main rotor, so it's coning appropriate amount because it doesn't do that on the ground. At least until you're putting weight behind it. Yeah, so close, exactly. $282 miles. Yeah, it's just like a very slight plate shape. Yep, standard physics of rotor systems. Different rotor systems have different articulation abilities and points and properties depending on the design of the rotor head and the entire system. Like the K-Max, it's a completely solid head, and then it has the flaps that it actuates, which ends up deflecting the entire blade, which adds or subtracts pitch depending on how much it's moving. Stuff like this be fully articulated, so I believe this is, don't quote me, but I would assume a higher end helicopter like this is fully articulated to where it has lead lag, where the blade as it's spinning around can go slightly forward or slightly backwards, and you'd say, why do you want that? You want to keep it equaled out. Well, when you add pitch in the blade to, well, let's say you're turning, so let's say you're turning left or right or whatever, so you're adding pitch in the blade somewhere, which would be in the front because of gyroscopic precession. So you put pitch here, so that way the effects are felt over here, which means we're going to turn that way. So you put the pitch in here, and that will pick the blade up. Now the blade itself, going this way, you can imagine the end point of the blade, let's just say it's exactly 20 feet away from the center vertical axis of rotation. When the blade pitches up a little bit, that center axis of rotation, or the end tip of the blade from that point, may now be 19.8 feet wide, just because of when it goes up in an arc, because it's something like this moving or whatever. I'm trying to figure out a way to show this. So yeah, we can imagine this lower part of it now, not my laser point, but like the hand part down here. When it goes up, it's moving in a circular pattern. So you can see right now, if we're talking about the bottom point being the center of rotation, this far left side, as it goes up, it's actually moving closer to the center when you're talking about distance from here to here. Confusing, I know. But anyways, that makes the center of gravity shorter, just like a ballerina or a dancer moving their hands in to spin around. That moves that center in, which means that blade wants to move faster, so part of the articulation of the main rotor system allows for the blades to go forward or backward. Don't see how someone thought of that. Yeah, I don't understand the K-Max. I mean, I get it, but also, like, why? It seems overly complicated, but it fucking works. They're little workhorses. Like, their power to weight ratio is ridiculous. Their lift to weight ratio, whatever you like to call it. But yeah, so you have a degree of articulation of forward, backward, so lead lag system. Then you also have a flap system for when it gets more lift over here, it picks up, and it has left lift that goes down over here. And yeah, there's just, you can have a lot of different types of rotation. And then of course in a not K-Max, the actual blade itself will rotate up to add more pitch or level out for less pitch. Ooh, look at all this progress we're making at 158 knots ground speed. Either way, glad to be doing this like this, because I don't want to hand fly this right here. This is pesky. But anyways, I don't know if you saw it, but Tom posted. I was honestly surprised when I discovered it was a heavy lift helicopter. Okay, for anybody watching, which is probably not much right now, 5 people, we do have a Discord. We post helicopter, airplane related things in there and other stuff as well, but I don't know if anybody's checked the Discord. Hey, Tom gave our blessing on that. I didn't see that. He's probably busy doing stuff. But Tom posted a video of the H130. Tom, gee, calm down. I'm here, okay? Hey, glad you're here. Hope you're having a good day, bud. But yeah, that 130 that fucking toasted itself up in Detroit. So, other than sitting in this game, I have never been in a 130. And speaking of that, when you look at this cyclic, I assume that something here is a trim button, you know? You would assume, especially in a 130 that looks all nice and fancy like that, you would assume, hey, working is a good thing. But you would assume a 130 has a trim to where when the cyclic self-centers itself, you can kind of trim forward and keep your forward airspeed, you know, and be slightly less workload on the pilot. So, one of my thoughts on that crash was that they were up there chooching 100, 120, 130 knots, doing H130 things. And when they were coming in for a landing, the pilot would have forgotten to untrim or reset the trim to 0. Pulls back to slow down to land, which is kind of bringing it to neutral. They finally get down there and land, but when they set the cyclic back forward, it rips them forward. That was one of my thoughts, because I was just thinking, like, man, somebody just putting it down on the ground like that and putting themselves in a dynamic rollover situation, I was like, you would just assume somebody's, I won't say better than that, I don't want to talk shit, because I wasn't there, I don't know what happened. But like, I would assume that somebody would go like, okay, cool, well, we're setting on something slightly uneven, I'm not going to rock forward, back and forth to try to get myself down. And I commented that on one of the videos that somebody shared. And there's like 4 people there. Was like, what, you think there's cyclic trim in the H130? It's not even the T2, blah, 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 blah. I was like, well, fucking sue me. I'm trying to give some sort of, not an out to the pilot, but it's like I'm trying to think of different scenarios where that could have happened. Because guess what? There are helicopters with fucking trim. There's helicopters with cyclic trim. Oh no, he shared the Instagram video in the Discord. But anyways, like, there were some people, my second guess was when they were landing and they hit that slight pinnacle that they were landing on, they felt the tilt backwards and they didn't want a tail strike, which you have a finish from tail rotors, you're not going to get that dramatic of a tail strike if there was one. But they pushed forward way too hard, and there happened to be more air underneath the front of the skids, which let them tilt forward and get past that critical point. But there were people that were in the comments, they're like, you fucking stupid retard, kill yourself, you think that 130 has cyclic trim? And I deleted the comment, and I was like, why is this something that you guys are clicking on to? You know, why is this... Why are you so fucking angry about what's... I'm not going to try to toot my own horn, but a pretty good explanation if cyclic trim was a thing in those. Yeah, the approach... There was a tailwind, too, if you didn't see it. The approach looked pretty unstable. When they got near the ground, it wasn't bad. Or when they got out, still maybe 6-7 feet up, it didn't look bad. But when they went for the final set down, it looks like the ground might have been slightly lower than they were expecting, or something with the wind was playing weird and it just made the ground effect deeper. Or dropping off just because of the tailwind and stuff too. But like their little approach into the beach or the shore or whatever, it looked decent. It didn't look bad. But I mean, that last 4 feet before they touched the ground got really, really wobbly. What do you mean you'll find it someday? You go on the Discord, there's one thing that Tom shared right before the text meme thing. Where somebody's like, well, did they push the thing forward, something? I don't know. Either way, end of the day, since cyclic trim doesn't exist in the 130, obviously the cyclic got pushed forward. Was it somebody sitting in the front that did it? Or, I mean, obviously, but was it the pilot who did it, or was it the passenger who, like, picked up their backpack to go inside and they dropped it and hit the stick? I don't know. Time will tell. We'll see the NTSB report eventually. Oh, talking about his Insta? Well, if you go through that video and look at everybody who's liked it, there's probably like 700 people named Tom. He might be one of those, if his name's even that on Instagram. But yeah, at the end of the day, pilot error. Even if there was cyclic trim and they forgot that, it's still pilot error. I don't think there was anything wrong with the machine, unless somebody invented the stick pusher forward 7000 and it accidentally activated. But yeah, it looks like they set down on some sort of top or pivot or pinnacle or whatever, and it just wiggled back and forth too much. Oh, you shared it as a YouTube video? I thought you shared that an Instagram. Never mind. Sorry, my bad. I've just seen it on Instagram like 75 fucking times, so my brain just says Instagram. And when I commented on it, I was commenting on an Instagram post, so I'm just kind of defaulting to that. If you look at the ground there, it kind of looks like a change in ripple pattern. Weird. Yeah, the dual control passenger bump, yeah, that could be a thing. Because I think it was a privately owned ship. I don't think it was a company helicopter. I haven't looked into it. But I mean, for a nice, clean, all-red one without any sort of company stuff on it, landing at like a restaurant next to the water, it sounds like something somebody would be doing if they had their own ship. So that's it. Like, cool, maybe it's somebody that they got their 40 hours of private and then they were able to do a turbine transition and they were able to afford to get a 130 with lower hours and they just weren't used to it. Could be a thing. But like I said, we don't have any of that information yet, so it's really hard to play NTSB and investigate it from the bench because we have so little information. But if I had a 130, if I had any helicopter that was my own, like, I would keep the dual controls in a lot of the time. Because when I'm giving family and friends and stuff around, I'm like, okay, cool, hold the cyclic for a second, you know, go a little bit left, a little bit right, see what it feels like. No, I would want people to get that enjoyment out of it. I would want people to to be inspired to experience the joy of going flying. It just sounds like something that you would want to share with somebody. So I would have dual controls. If I had a 130 and 130 money, I'd have the dual controls in. That's for damn sure. Ground speed 157, about the same as the airspeed. Still got a little quartering front left headwind, but mostly from the left. To be fair, for somebody who's never had an Instagram and probably isn't paying much attention to it, I'm not expecting GPS to be a multi-thousand follower page right out the gate. Now, if he pays me enough, I will wait until he's spotting for me, and I will shove an R22 into the ground and give him the exclusive shot, and that'll get him some views. But you should really build up your backlog of videos first, so that way when people come to check out your page, it's not just Georgia plane spotting with a few videos, it's Georgia plane spotting with like 100 videos. And then there's the R22 on top of that to get you the views. But it'd have to be a really good amount for me to stuff it into the ground. Also, that it'd have to be like pay for my career. That's never going to happen because I stuffed an R22 into the ground. Yeah, it's weird too with like posting different places and doing whatever. It's like me, there's a lot of videos that I could make that would be really good for TikTok and stuff. How much should I pay? Enough to pay for what my salary would have been as an EMS pilot for 35 years. It's like there's a lot of stuff that I could make that would be great for TikTok. There's a lot of shorts that I could make, but it's like I just don't care for shorts. I have a very strict thing that I follow when I do make them. Just because it's like, okay, cool, I don't want to just be another person doing this. Just cover the rental costs and I do it. No, just doing it like an Instrum or something, like, sorry, ground resonance, it's bad with these things. Don't know what to tell you. Dude, somebody commented ground resonance on that 130 crashing, and I was like, do you know what ground resonance is? Like, this was not ground resonance. This was very obviously some sort of dynamic rollover, it's just a matter of how it got to that point. Like resonance, it would have shaken itself apart. Move this behind her is always in front of her. Yeah. See if I can put it behind her head, but not really. Yeah, I saw a screenshot. I don't remember what it said right now, but I'll go look at that real quick. I'll read it out loud for everybody. It was, I think it's basically pilots accidentally pushed the stick instead of pulling it, or pilot confused the yoke with engine stick. Both are possible if pilot was sleep deprived. Dude, and that there's so you can't stop people from commenting on stuff. But there are definitely people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they'll comment on stuff. And since there are a lot more people who don't know what they're talking about versus the people who do, just in aviation in general, not even speaking helicopters, there's so much bad information that gets out there. Just like anytime there's a small plane crash or any sort of aviation incident happens, it's like, whoa, what about this? Like, I went to the doctor today just for a general checkup, just to make sure. BRB, I'm gonna go get some food. Okay, have fun, baby. But, like, I went to the doctor today just to do a checkup to make sure I'm not missing anything or going to be surprised when I go to the FAA to get the medical for the license. He's like, dude, I'm kind of jealous about flying the helicopters. Like, yeah, it's something cool that I want to do, and I was like, you can still do it privately, you know, like, you can still be a doctor, but fly on the side. It's like, really, how involved is it? Like, it's 40 hours minimum federally. Why is my volume up? Oh, it's on Facebook messages. He knows about trains and cars. Obviously, he doesn't fucking know anything about helicopters. Accidentally pushed the stick instead of pulling it. Our pilot confused the yoke with engine stick. The engine stick's the funniest fucking thing. Oh, I guess my engine stick right there, except it doesn't fucking affect the engine. Other than how much load's being put on it because something else is getting affected. There is no engine stick. Those are my engine sticks right there. But yeah, so like I told him that, he's like, yeah, and it's just like he said something, and then he's like, yeah, and then like the Kobe Bryant thing, and I was like, yeah, that was a big pilot mistake, you know, it's, hey, I'm a famous person, I really want to fly somewhere. He's like, yeah, but, you know, 2-point fog and stuff can cause a big issue right here. Well, I'm Kobe Bryant, you should fly me here anyways. So, you know, that's the thing. Like I'm talking to this girl right now, and she had said, just make sure not to fly into the sunset. When we were at the farm one day when I was a kid, somebody flew by and they hit a power line because the sun was in their eyes. And I was like, well, you know, aeronautical charts mark all obstacles and stuff that are higher than what standard tree line and stuff is. So as long as I'm not flying below the tree line, as long as I'm well aware of where cross-country power lines are, which are marked, you know, I shouldn't have to worry about it. Because, like, yeah, people say, like, oh, well, cool, like, make sure not to do this. Like, thank you. That's definitely not the first thing I thought about. But I get it, you know, people are... It's the uneducated part of people. Okay, this person was actually messaging me about helicopter something, so I need to reply to them. BRB FUD. Or that might be the Australian version of food. Who knows? How are we doing over here? Let's see. 218 miles, so we've been 80 miles since I last read it. Okay, cool. We're a little bit more than a quarter way, it looks like. It's good. That's what I want to see, what I want to hear. Yeah, people who don't have an idea. It's just, they say, like, literally the most fucking obvious things. Hey, you know, when you're landing, just make sure that the ground's there when you're landing, you know. But I've heard the Kobe Bryant thing more than once back with food. Like, I've heard the Kobe Bryant thing a couple of times. Which, that was years ago, wasn't it? That was... Kobe Bryant, that was pre-COVID, wasn't it? It's like, I don't give a shit about sports. I honestly forget about that accident more than a lot of the other ones. Because, legitimately, something like the New York accident with the which we're thinking now it's the transmission that locked up in that Bell 206L. Like 2018, yeah, a while back. Like, I'm more scared of the New York accident than anything that we've seen in the past 10 years, helicopter-wise. Like, the devastatingly catastrophic mechanical failures that can put you somewhere where an auto rotation is not an option because guess what? You don't have your main rotor blades anymore. Like, those are the ones that scare me. So, like, ooh, man, I went IMC even though I saw it coming. Like, sorry, that's your fucking fault. That's a pilot mistake. You know, like, there's a lot of things that are obviously pilot mistakes. Just like I think the Black Hawk getting T-boned by that airplane, I think that was a pilot mistake. So who knows? You know, I'm not scared of those as far as helicopter, because guess what? That could have been a small plane. I think those were helicopter paths coming through there, so they wouldn't have airplanes going through that area. But there are mid-air collisions with airplanes and airplanes all the fucking time. That's why you always bring a spare set of blades. Yeah, they're kind of expensive, so I can only afford whatever the set that comes with it right now. Yeah, so all that shit, cool. Yeah, not scared. Whatever. Not a big deal to me, honestly. It's that stuff that you can't do anything about. You can't save yourself from. That's the scary shit to me. But then again, that could happen with anything. And I would much rather be in a helicopter during any sort of failure that's not a catastrophic failure like that than an airplane. Because an airplane or a helicopter, I can put it down on a street. You know, okay, cool, maybe I have to drop from 15 or 20 foot high. If it's like a weird pocket in the trees, I gotta do an auto rotation in. Yeah, exactly. You just attach them when you're plummeting from 500 feet above ground level. It's easy. You actually train for that in pilot school. It's the day after that you do chemtrail training, the chemtrail awareness course. Yeah, in like an engine out or whatever situation where you need to find a place to land, and you're able to land because you still have your main rotors or you still have your wings, I would much rather be in a helicopter because, cool, maybe I have to set it down in some trees or something, but I would much rather get to 15 or 20 foot above ground level in some small trees or whatever in an auto and have to vertically drop that far and have a 10 or 20 foot just like plummet down. You know, I'd rather, let's say this is, whoa, let's say this is ground level right here. I'd rather, let's say there's trees and bush and stuff like that. Like I would much rather come down into an auto and hover and then go. Of course, you'd be arresting it slowly, but eventually, like, you're not going to have a nice controlled landing. So at that point, if you're having to go into the trees, then the ship's done for. So you're not worried about the dropping damage. It's like, okay, cool, let's get ourselves somewhere where we can at least do that. Then I would much rather do that than an airplane going and plowing through shit. You know, like the only time that I would want an airplane over a helicopter would be if the propeller or prop fell off, because then I can glide in the airplane. But that's very much a thing that doesn't happen often. Oh, are you team condensation? What about the ones that stay up there? Because you will admit that there's two different types of let's say vapor trails from an airplane. There are the ones that go and they last for like 30 seconds to a minute and they just kind of dissipate out. And then there are the ones that like stay there all day and they kind of blanket cover the sky and they slowly spread out, and then you have overcast skies for the next couple of days. And what do you think about the people that have admitted that there are some additives that are added to airplanes that are meant to help promote weather modification? Whether it's like a silver oxide, I think it is. Is it silver that's put into clouds for seeding? I don't know. Anyways, I think that chemtrails are real. I don't know if it's... I do know that there's definitely a difference between the two types, and that you see like the normal contrails, which will like can go away really quick, but the ones that stick around all day, that's kind of odd to me. But people have also gone up there with drones, balloons. People have hired other planes and stuff, and they've done sampling of chemtrail areas, and they found a lot of different chemical type things in it as well. Either way, at the end of the day, weather modification is real. If they're doing it in front of you or not, or doing it visibly or not, that's to be determined. But weather modification is real. Cloud seeding obviously fucking exists. There's open videos about, like, Dubai does fucking cloud seeding, you know. Well, those are usually like the flares kind of mounted on the back of like an air tractor wing or something like that. My idiot ass just bumped my cyclic. Let that solve itself real quick. Bless me. To be fair, we are in a flight path for planes coming from New Zealand, and occasionally you will see a plane like 38,000 feet leaving jet stream, and it lingers around for a few hours. Yeah, the lingering ones are the ones that I question. Because there are some that straight up go and just disappear. And then it also makes me think, like, okay, cool, what sort of gradients are between 34,000 feet and like 36,000 feet where one's sticking around and one's not? Because I will check them and see like which one's doing what, you know. Fully debunked? Because I've seen a lot of stuff saying the anti-chemtrail theory is debunked as well. And I put good thought into it because I don't follow fucking flat earth shit, even though you look at this and you kind of assume flat earth is real. But, there is cloud seeding. It's real. That's not questioned. But the chemtrail, contrail thing, that's, I still have that open for debate. Because I also do feel like if they were openly doing it in situations like that, they wouldn't make it openly visible. Like if I was a government and I was spraying shit out, it wouldn't be in quantities that are so massive that everybody can see it. Even though they're making up the weapons of mass destruction thing for like the 5th fucking time and America's falling for it. So they probably could stick it in normal fucking contrails and nobody would fucking say anything. But like I feel like we're smart enough to make chemicals that spray out so little that it would still be effective but not be seen. But cloud seeding is real, so that's the thing. It's just a matter of what level is cloud seeding or whatever sort of modification thing happening. Is it a super blatant thing, or is it something that's more hidden and just not talked about? That sounds like an AI response. I'm not going to trust big government or big tech to be a part of that. Looking, there was one that I saw that was interesting to see. Of course, it's not going to be fucking easy to find looking underneath my yeah, weather modification exists. That's known. Chemtrails in the not airline people unknowingly spraying it out sort of thing. I think that's, wait, let me think how I don't think it's true that airlines have these mystery tanks underneath of them where shit's sprayed out and they don't know. Weather modification real, like I said, it's known, it's documented. There is fucking documentaries on different countries using cloud seeding, but it's usually in like I said, like an air tractor or a crop duster going up, and it's like a silver dioxide flare or something that burns behind the plane for cloud seeding. But I feel like any sort of real government style modification would definitely not be visible in a state where it's like, okay, cool, there's 75 fucking planes flying over. But you do know that most of the time about chemtrails, I am joking about chemtrails. Although I do know the technology exists and it is used, I don't think it's used as the conspiracy theorist push it out there. If that makes sense. aerosociety.com/. We'll check it out later. Or put it in the Discord as well. the cloud seeding planes look like fucking a whole bunch of Roman candles strapped to the back of the fucking wing. It looks wild. Like I said, those are super obvious when they're doing it, and it's usually like a beach or something like that. Very rarely do they do it with something large. Yeah, not from airliners. Like I said, I'm on the smaller scale, like the one that looks like Roman candles sticking off the back of like a Beechcraft or something like that. Like, obviously a real thing. And I'm not going to pretend like the government doesn't do shitty shit. Like, they've done... Where was it? There was somewhere where they did like a spray thing to like test mass inoculations through like airborne sprays, and they tested this like the fucking 50s or 60s or something. It may have been more recent than that, but like, they do dumb shit. But I also feel like, cool, if you want to just have hit somebody with like 2 parts per million, like that's not going to be like a very visible thing coming out of the back of a plane going by. It could very well just be a fucking unmarked government like 737 or something, with like a couple little hand misters or something going over a populated area. No, one little tree out there, good for him. Out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't even see shit in front of us. Let's see. We're about halfway there. 172 nautical miles left. 158 knots. Everything's about even. Cool. I got taller for some reason. No, we're still good. Okay. Looks like we're not fucking moving. Tom, there's fucking nothing out here, dude. Damn right. Yeah, we'll do some ASMR for a bit. We got a bit of a flight here going on, so I'll shut up for a minute and we'll just enjoy this. Simpson Desert. Y'all should really put a Dollar General out there. If you're American, you get that joke. A Dollar-y-do General. It's weird because the dunes are all lines going in the same fucking direction. Yeah, it's more to look at than water crossings, that's for sure. Also, weird thing I like about big helicopters, the more exaggerated the angle of the tail rotor is. Got a good crookedness to it there. Looks sick. Looks like even the main rotor is slightly tilted to the side to help out some. They have to be going to Alice Springs, right? The people passing us on the left here. Wherever the fuck they are. What's that? Ah! Fucking moth landing on my forehead. How did a moth get in here? So he's like 30 miles that way, I mean up. I would assume. Interstate going through with an exit has 6 gas stations, a Taco Bell, McDonald's, and a shopping center, etc. Hell yeah. Yeah, you don't know what Dollar General is and how it's taken over the Southeast. Sorry guys, I'm looking around for this fucking moth that landed on my head like an asshole. Yeah, dude, you need like at least a Dollar General delivery, like 15 miles here. Okay, Tom, so I'm going to try to attempt to, explain Dollar General to you. So imagine a store, let's say about the size of like a about the size of a hangar that could house a let's say Gulfstream G4, you know, so not like a giant airline hangar, but like big enough, you know. So you have a hangar that's just big enough to fit a G4 in there, and usually in like American supermarkets and American stores and stuff, the ceiling is as high up as the roof. So like our Walmarts, big hardware stores like Lowe's, Home Depot, etc. I mean, it's like a 35-foot ceiling in these places. Big feeling of openness. Dollar General, so you have this hangar that's footprint-wise about big enough for a G4. You know what? No, I'm still going to explain it to you. Sorry. But then they put a drop ceiling in. And they put in the absolute cheapest fluorescent light bulbs. Like the fluorescent tubes. But there's something in the store owner's manual that says that only 74% of these bulbs can work. And out of that 74% of those are only allowed to work full time. That other 26% has to flicker, then 26% overall just can't work whatsoever. And they put aisles extremely close together, and it's nothing that you need. It's all stuff that's like impulse buy, the most unhealthy options from every single food group that you can imagine. Okay, cool, you want like a nice crunchy snack. It's the cheapest potato chips that are the absolute closest to the expiration date as possible, that have somehow been completely crushed without the bag popping. Those are the chips that are in there. Oh, you want a drink? Oh, cool. It's a Coca-Cola that's like 6 years old. Oh man, the kids want a toy. Cool. We paid 3 cents from this from China, so we're going to sell it to you for $7. The Dollar General means nothing. They have things you need. Yeah, they have things that you need, but it's never the version that's going to last long enough to like make it home and to exist for more than like 1 day without breaking. Nothing ever purchased from the dollar store, if it's a thing, lasts more than like 2 days. If it's the food, as soon as you open the bag or the packet, you are on a crunch. You have a time crunch because it is so close to expiration day that you introducing real oxygen and air to it for the first time in like 17 months, minutes. Like you get all of your food, you get everything ready to cook. As soon as whatever you cook's done and you want to put the chips out for people, you open the bag, you eat it, done. It will not be unstale for more than 3 hours. It's just not going to happen. Every single thing that you buy from there tastes completely different from the same exact product that you buy elsewhere. A low number of name brand. Yeah, like Lay's potato chips, Snickers, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, whatever. Everything there tastes like it's the stuff that they cleaned out of the machine that gets like kind of stuck through multiple cooking cycles, or where they happen to have like a weird batch of something, or the truck that was delivering it broke down and it sat outside for way too long, and the refrigerated trailer happened to run out of juice or something. Everything in there does not taste like if you were to buy it from Kroger or Publix or even Walmart, per se. I mean, they're fine compared to what? Now, there is a thing called a Dollar General Market that does exist. What they've done there, they've introduced actual frozen items and refrigerated goods that are not just pre-packaged refrigerated things, and they've increased the ceiling by 2 times the height. Instead of normal shelving, they put in pallet racks, but they still like try to put normal stuff on there, and it kind of falls through the grating on it. But that's called Dollar General Market. Anyways, these Dollar Generals in a town, let's say in the rural county that I live in, you can expect the Dollar General once every 3 miles for no fucking reason. Like, people in the county were driving to the Dollar General that was 15 minutes away, just through some back roads or whatever. It was no big deal. You just head out there and go to Dollar General. No biggie, you know. Enjoy the ride, go swing through the big town while you're out there or whatever. Or even 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. But now there's one around every single corner. Everything still tastes the same. You're still almost as likely to get into a fight. You're safer at Waffle House because the people that work there will defend you. See, compared to a Circle K. A servo. I've never heard it called a servo. That's a new Australian word for me. But, yeah, not a comparison. Circle K is... It's a decent gas station. Depends on the area. Gas stations are so hit and miss, too, because there's no... The only chain gas station where it's a... where I'm going to assume that it's owned by the conglomerate company or whatever, would be like Quick Trip, Racetrack, Buc-ee's, which is like the mega store, tourist attraction sort of gas station. But stuff like Quick Trip and Racetrack and whatever, like they're typically run by a where they feel almost corporate because everything's so the same everywhere you go. There's like a higher standard of what the employees do, but everything else, whether it's like a Shell or a BP, a Texaco, Citgo, whatever, you know, whatever other gas station you can imagine, they're all kind of a franchised type thing. Where I go to Shell and say, hey Shell, I got a place I want to put a gas station, I have the permits to do it, I'd like it to be a Shell gas station. They say, okay, cool, give us $100,000. But then I'm able to have a Shell gas station, I buy their gas. But then other than, you know, keeping it somewhat cleaner, where like I can kind of do whatever I want to in the gas station, you know. So there are some, we'll just use Shells since I've already said that. There's some Shells that I've been to that are super clean, super nice. Like I would go out of my way to go to that gas station. And there's some Shells that I'm very likely to get shot in. No, it's a surf. I don't know if either of you youngins have beards. Every once in a while you get some super thick, like, hair follicles. I can feel one on my neck right now. It's probably like 4 or 5 hairs in one follicle. It's a fucking thick thing, but I can't. It's short enough because I shaved like 2 days ago to where I can't grab it and pluck it out. Super annoying. Tommy, you're talking a lot of shit down there for somebody without freedom of speech and their right to firearms. Let's see. The wind is still basically the same. Still doing 156 over the ground, 131 nautical miles left. Less than an hour now, pretty good. The red tattoo on my arm, it's the original Toyota emblem in the center. That if you Google TEQ Toyota, it's that emblem and it's got the Japanese rising sun around it. I'm a bit of a Toyota enthusiast. I've had a significant number of Toyotas, more than I can count or remember. Well, I can count, but more than I can remember to be able to count it. A lot of older ones and stuff too. We've done a lot of restoration stuff on older ones. So, yeah, the original Toyota emblem surrounded by the rising sun. Maria, we're still stuck in the middle of a fucking desert. Who would have thought? Well, I think I can start seeing some change of shape in front of us on the horizon, so that's exciting. No, Japan's fucking sick though. I will get that to Japan. They're really fucking cool. Still pro-America, but I like a lot of stuff they do. Very good attention to detail, very high standards for perfection, and really being into whatever your particular field or line of work or whatever is. So you'd love to see the shed then? I'm assuming Land Cruiser or something, because I know you got relatively passionate about Land Cruisers a few, like last week sometime. So I'm assuming you got a few types of things like that. Oh yeah, we're definitely getting up into some different area up here, aren't we? That's nice. Good, good, good. Da-da-da. Springs. We have a few, yes. Hell yeah. That's the sort of good information I want. More apps. Pilot book, aircraft, no? Wish there was a way to check METARs without having to press a button on the, Oop, froze up for a second there. Oop. Okay, good. Yeah, currently I've got, at this house, 6. I think overall, out of all the vehicles I've owned, if we're talking about Toyota, Lexus, or something that's powered by a Toyota engine, I think I've only had 3 that aren't. Everything else has been either Toyota, Lexus, or Toyota powered, and that's probably around 35 or 40 vehicles in the past 15 years. Relatively low number compared to friends, because there were some years where I was pretty heavy with buying and trading and doing different stuff, but the past few years I've been relatively dead with it. Oh yeah, there's color on the horizon. That's what I want to see. That's the good stuff. Ground speed 159, still looking good. Well, we are getting some wind and unstableness, that's for sure. And it looks like the ground's definitely closer now. So what we're going to do is bring her up to like 2,200 feet. I want to keep about 2,000 foot above ground just in case something happens. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've had a handful of AE-86s, the Hachirokus, a couple of older Celicas, Crown, a few Starlets, none of the Mark IV Supers, but I've had a couple of 2s and 3s. 4Runners, Land Cruiser, fucking trucks, Paseos, Tercels, my 4Runner, Lexus ISs. I've had some other cars like the 1UZ swaps. MR2, had a couple. Trying to think what else. A lot of shit. Need more. Got other priorities right now, but I need more. Yeah, we definitely did gain some elevation here beneath us, that's for sure. Oh, of course you're Australian. I don't want to say it. It may be in your blood family-wise, but it's also in your blood, like, lineage-wise. Dude, Australia is just made for fucking land cruisers. There's land out here. I mean, outside of the coast and, like, fucking towns where people live and just do normal life shit. It's fucking rough out here, dude. Like, there's a lot of rough fucking area out here where you need something that's a pretty fucking tough, reliable shit. Yeah, Hilux is on my list. When obviously we have Tacomas up here, and Tundras if you want full size. But I'd really, really like a Hilux. Newer ones look kind of fucking cool. But also it's like, maybe to the rest of the world, maybe the Tacomas look better. But as somebody who can't have a Hilux, they look better. The thing that you can't get your hands on is always slightly more attractive, you know. I bet a whole bunch of y'all shit has old man emu parts on it too, doesn't it? Look like rolling OME and ARB fucking billboards. And everybody has a fucking ARB safari snorkel on it. That's just your Australian way. Toyota 4-wheel drive, old man emu suspension, ARB bumpers, fucking safari snorkel. Did I nail it? Did I get it? Do you feel fucking offended that I called it out exactly? You don't even have to confirm it, I just know. If it's not all original or stock, that's what it is. Yes. Do y'all get any squatted trucks or anything down there? We're good friends with the owners of the ARB stores. Like, dude, hell yeah. They bought another one. They're gonna come fucking spend a check here. Yeah, do y'all get any of the stupid car trends down there? Like, obviously, I know, like, some car trends and automotive trends will transition different countries and areas and regions and stuff, but do y'all get any, like, dumb automotive trends like squatted trucks? Or I feel like you probably have a decent influence of a never seen. Oh, dude, they're so fucking stupid. It's one of the few things in the world that will get me angry for no reason. Like, I'm a super calm, very happy guy. You know, I don't really get sad about anything. Don't really get angry about anything. I can usually brush a lot of stuff off. But I get noticeably upset, where I'm sure, like, you could see, like, blood pressure changes whenever I happen to see a squatted truck. Or anybody that just has, like, bad taste in, like, truck modifications, where it's like the stupid big, like, a 26-inch wheel with, like, a little rubber band off-road tire on it. Dude, they're so fucking stupid. I'm not a fan of a lot of the laws in Australia. Just about a lot of different stuff outside of vehicles and guns and whatever. But the fact that there's no squatted trucks down there almost makes it appealing. That's how much I hate squatted trucks. Count your blessings that you don't have them. We honestly don't have many American trucks. Maybe 1 in every 100 cars is like a Dodge Ram. Interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, y'all do have... I'm sure Nissan does something true with their Patrol, right? Where y'all have, like, the Toyota Land Cruiser competitors. Because obviously there's the Land Cruiser 70 series and like the 70 series trucks and stuff like that, which I see a lot of pictures of down there. But are there any other brands that have any sort of utility truck type thing, or is it just like, okay, cool, it's either a fucking Ute or it's a Land Cruiser? Like, what's the go-to thing if you need to put something in the back of it? SUVs with big wheels and skinny tires, I like and I dislike it. Like, if you see like a brand new Escalade, they come factory. Nissan Portals, that's it. Okay. Portrols. Pootrolls. Oh, I think you spelled it Pootrolls on purpose. Okay, gotcha. Be like a brand new Cadillac Escalade. Or a fucking Chevrolet Tahoe or GMC Yukon, whatever. Like, they come factory with like 24-inch wheels on it. And for the most part, like, they have got good suspension, good tire technology on it and stuff like that. And I don't mind them having the bigger wheel, skinnier tire thing. Ton of different Utes. Yeah, I've seen a lot of fucking different ones where usually, like, I know, like, okay, cool, Holden, whatever. There's a lot of different ones down there. But, yeah, I don't mind, like, a factory SUV with a big wheel and tire combo. Or big wheel, skinny tire combo. I don't mind that. If you want an aftermarket wheel and tire and a newer SUV or any SUV that didn't come with that already, I don't really care for it. Technically, is Patrols what you call them? Patrols? Hell yeah. Nissan hater. My type of man. Let's go. But yeah, if the SUV came factory with like a big wheel, then yeah, you can keep that size wheel on it. But if your SUV did not come factory with a fucking 24-inch wheel, then don't put a 24-inch wheel on it. It just doesn't look good, sorry, you know? Hate to tell you. And all like the super big aftermarket, like chrome 26, 28-inch wheels with like little skinny fucking off-road rubber band tires. And then even if they do like the full lift on it, it looks fucking stupid. Sorry. I don't care for the big fucking deep dish, whatever. You have a new Tahoe, but there are Tahoes like the high countries and stuff like that that have like 22s or 24s on there. And like, if let's just say, I don't know what year yours is, but let's say you have a 2024 and you got a lower model like an LT or whatever, and it came with 18s. Like, sure, you can put the 24-inch factory wheel on there. I don't care for basically any, unless it's like an off-road specific wheel and tire, where it's like a Method Race wheels or like a Black Rhino or something like that. Like, so many of these modern pickup trucks and SUVs and stuff, all of the wheel choices in the aftermarket suck. They are horrible. They look absolutely garbage. 2023 Z71. Okay, yeah. So you didn't have a bigger tire or bigger wheel because of the Z71 package. But like Cletus's wife, she just got a 2025 High Country that came factory with like the bigger wheels and stuff. Basically the Chevy version of the Escalade. And I think it's on factory 24s. I think yours is what, 18s or 20s? Either way, like, factory wheels usually have a decently good size. Usually, in my opinion, factory tires are slightly undersized. Looking at like the new Tundras and stuff, their tires look fucking horribly small. If I was getting a newer Tundra or a newer Sequoia, that size vehicle, I'd definitely have to get a bigger tire on it because it looks kind of doofy to me. Okay, we got something up here, ridges and cracks and crevices of something. 86 knots out. We can click to the right just a wee bit. I'm going to add. We'll slowly work our way up to 2,500 feet. And this will put us getting there in very good time. And then we'll do the, either the 130, probably the 130, because what do you think, guys? We do want to do the nipple? Well, right now we're 84 miles to Alice Springs, and then we're going to do a second leg today if y'all want to. That's open for options since we did this just to clear the desert in the 160. We did the 125 last time to get to Birdsville, where we were. Which we could do that again, you know, I'm not going to be a stickler. I've been trying not to do 66. So 66 from Alice to, what's that one just to the northeast of the nipple? I don't know. I forget what it's called. Anyway, there's an airport just to the northeast of the nipple. We'll jump to that in the 66, and we'll finish there. And what we'll do, we'll circle the nipple today, and we'll circle the nipple next stream as we leave too. Nipple tour! All my homies are in it for the nipple tour. It goes to 0 viewers for like the next 30 episodes after the nipple tour, where literally everybody was just here for the nipple tour. Aries Rock, that's it. Or RS. Aris. I wonder what geological things happen to make these things a thing. Gold chasing 2500. Wonder how tall these things are. We can watch the radio. Ayers Rock. Okay, gotcha. So we can watch our radio altimeter on the right. We'll see how much it changes, because right now the ground is about 1,800 feet below us, 1,820 feet below us. $1,800 below us. Got a little bit of wind over the ridge there. We'll look at it when we're over this second hill here. Backside. Down to 15, 14, 13 and a half, 13. 500 foot tall on those. Land the helicopter to a company in the town near the airport. Okay, cool, we can do that. See, still targeting 160, ground speed 160. Cool, we're evened up again. I even saw our little flag here go down to one flag there, so we're riding right on the edge of that wind velocity. Yankee Alpha, Yankee Echo. Ulara. Doing good, doing good. Doing 73 miles at 160, so yeah, less than 30 minutes now. So we don't get a tailwind. But not bad. Not bad at all. I'm curious what geological event did this. N55A is about to fly over me. They flew over me earlier. The video, I'm pretty sure that I posted on my personal Instagram. I'm pretty sure that was 553 Alpha Echo. Let's see. More info, recent flights. Yeah, that was one I filmed earlier. So if you look on my personal Instagram, which I'm not sure if you followed, I think you did. Either way, my personal one, the one that's in the story, that's the same one. You're gonna film it, be right back. Hell yeah, spot this thing around the state. Fucking stalkers. Did November 553 Alpha Echo fly over Utah, or were you just a little bit too far south for you to see it? Definitely more mounts and stuff coming up. Maria, definitely changing geography around here. Slowly working our way out of the desert, but we still have some of those ripply dunes below us. Oh. Post the helicopter video from today in chat, just that way y'all can see it. Let's see. Tom sending messages. Villar. Okay, yeah. Is that the one that has like all the little huts and everything around it? Yeah. I think that's a marked helipad also.
turned around right up behind the trees. Dang it.
Lame. I mean, he was landing somewhere? Or no, he just made a turn to the, turn to that direction. Oh well. You'll have a ride in a helicopter soon enough. I'm curious what my, what the school's, I don't want to say regulation is, on, like, let's say my dad or a friend wants to come watch a lesson. If I do it in the 44, are they allowed to ride along if it's the instructor with me? Obviously, I can't take it if I'm doing it solo. But if it's an instructor day, am I allowed to have somebody riding with me? Let's see if we can click to the right a little bit. Yeah, either way, if I keep it close to the 40-hour federal minimum, then you can expect a ride sometime soonish. Assuming everything goes right, like I said, it's... Who knows, maybe I just can't fucking auto-rotate worth of shit. I feel like I have a good idea of it, but... It's just a matter of getting to feel it first time in the helicopter. Like, okay, cool, then I can just translate the knowledge of how the air is supposed to move into the way it actually moves. Yeah, hovering was able to happen immediately, which was sick. I was so fucking pumped about that. Because like I said, at first he was having me do the, where he was holding the collective and the cyclic and he had me do a couple of pedal turns. You are allowed passengers? Okay, sick. I know in solo I wouldn't be, but that would be after I hit my 40 and actually have the private. But if there's an instructor in there and somebody was like, hey, if you want to do your lesson in a 44, I'll pay the extra $200 for rental or whatever, then I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, so he did the normal, like, here, I hold the cyclic and collective and do the pedals, and he held the cyclic and pedals, and I did the collective. And then when he was letting me do the cyclic, I was kind of churning the butter a little bit, you know, it's like, okay, cool, like, I couldn't quite hold it in place. Yeah, as long as the PIC is the instructor, gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't quite hold it in place when he was just doing the, when I was just allowed the cyclic, but I could feel my feet and I could feel my collective hand, my left hand, both trying to put in the inputs to correct me, and I could feel his inputs slightly late on, well, not correcting, but like compensating for what I was doing. But he went ahead and let me have all three, and I mean, it was as soon as I had control of all three, it locked in immediately because I couldn't, I mean, like, literally, I knew what it was going to feel like. It just fucking worked. Just doing the cyclic, as soon as I had pedals and collected, it literally clicked. It less than... Why would I tell you? You got it right. Yeah, I was super, super pumped that it just happened to click and work out. Because that justified the cost of me spending $4,000 on this. Because now I don't have to go through the average learning time of 5 to 15 hours to learn how to hover. And then at that point, you still have to learn how to hover even better to get your private. So now it's like I've already skipped that part. So now I can spend 40 hours working on approaches, working on departures and autos, and just fine-tuning a whole bunch of stuff, and really working on procedure and radio calls. And, you know, maybe when we fly up to a towered airport and do towered stuff. Yeah, it makes me super happy, because I mean, we did, as soon as I got it, I like slow walk hovered it with a direct left crosswind back up the taxiway. When we, on one of our loops out of the airport, we did a confined area landing with a quartering front crosswind, I think. Yeah, quartering front. And put it down exactly where we wanted in the field and everything. I'm a 20-mile radius of that turn. You got a lot of guessing to do, Tom, is what he's saying. Yeah, super pumped. The biggest thing is, which Tom, you can confirm or deny or whatever, but something that caught me off guard was how, which I think I mentioned it, how stiff the cyclic was, being that it's not a hydraulic assist. The amount of pushing forward that he did. Of course, I know that you can basically be in a hover and like slowly push forward, and the helicopter will slowly gain speed, and you can hit ETL and get up and out of there. But I mean, he was doing like a full acceleration on the runway when we were getting up to speed, so it felt like he was putting a lot more forward pressure than what I was expecting to do that. Of course, like I said, it was also like a drag race type of thing he was doing, especially doing the confined area. Really trying to get that speed up to get up and out. But that's something I'm more excited to try here one of these next times, working on that departure and getting the ground speed up. Because really, I only did like a walking pace ground speed, and then I did a little bit higher than walking pace when we were leaving the runway that one time. At the end, when we were leaving the runway, hit my mark on the approach, and then we went to exit left back towards the ramp. In 24, you bury the move. Yeah, I'd be interested to try that in the future. I don't know if it will click easier with the 44, just because I'm used to my control setup where it's very easy for me to manipulate all three of my controls. But the 22, I mean, like, I got out, I don't want to say my arm was sore, but like I was much more involved with my right arm with that cyclic than I was expecting. Oh yeah, we have to remember, once we finish up, I have to take off the auto trim. Ooh, we need to throw a wee bit more ups at this thing. We're getting low here. We're at 33 miles. Not bad. 160 knots. We're seconds away. Like, on top of the 44 and stuff, like, I'm also super excited to try turbine shit, you know? Like, I'm looking forward, something that the helicopter podcast guy was talking about was, when you're flying the 22, treat it, because, I mean, you're kind of fully loaded all the time in the 22. because you're just so near the payload capacity of it, or the weight capacity. But I don't know if it was him or one of the guests or whatever, but it was like, fly the plane, or fly the helicopter. I said plane because I just saw that right there. He's like, fly the helicopter like it's fully loaded, like you're at the absolute limits and you're just trying to milk each little thing out. Even when you're in a turbine, you know, like don't, unless you have to show off your turbine power and get out of somewhere, given you have the appropriate stuff. Like usually if you're working for somebody, you're loading the helicopter to capacity anyways, because the more capacity that you take advantage of, the, you know, the more fucking money you make. It's just a lot less input to get it to go as far. A lot more twitchy at first. Maybe this will be really good training for hydraulics then, since, I mean, I basically hold my hand in place here holding the cyclic, and I just move my fingers back and forth. But I'm sure once I get used to the 22, I'll be used to manhandling the fuck out of it. And crossing up to the 44 will be a bit of an experience. Oh, also, playing with spinny wings. I think I told y'all they had, it looks like the earlier generation Apache simulators R44 set up in the little office classroom conference room that they had at the school. And they said they were having trouble getting it to work, so I'm going to offer my services of kind of sort of knowing how to make this thing work in exchange for time, and getting that working and offering effort and labor and time into the school in exchange for preferential treatment as the favorite student. But I think that could earn some good for me. That would be nice. Although it does look like they had it set up in like a bit of a different thing. It looks like maybe they were putting like a different chair or something with it. Where mine's just like an office chair sitting in the middle of it. Theirs was slightly different. I don't know how to explain it. I'll take a picture. I'll put it in the Discord. But if I can make it work and get it going, that would be nice. Get their zero repercussion machine working. And then maybe I can teach them the way that I taught myself how to hover in it. Then when they start trying to get students in, obviously you can't dual control it. They might be able to use my approach to, hey, just get up in the air and we'll help you get going forward and stuff. Now just start making approaches and slowing down more and more and more. Honestly, don't ask them for anything if you fix it. It might just give you extra time for something. Yeah, I'm honestly, I won't ask for something like that. I'm already a fix it, do it, clean it sort of guy anyways, just as far as my personality goes. So like if I'm there and doing stuff, like I'll be like, hey guys, can I take a look at your sim and see if I can get it running, because I've got a similar setup at the house, just like their newer version. Then I won't say anything about it, you know, like cool, just let it be a thing. And then they're all super fucking nice there. I think that's a mountain that we're heading to up there. They all seem super fucking cool, so I'm not, even if I don't get anything out of it, you know, it also adds to that. Everybody that you interact with in the industry is kind of an interview process. Because like, even though the instructors that I'm with, like, instruction doesn't pay the most, so I can assume they probably aspire for something a bit more in the future, unless tier 1 just pays tier 1 pay rates. I I would assume they aspire for more. So if the instructors there and the other students there see me doing stuff and, you know, providing a good value outside of just being a student, like, cool, he's also a good guy to be with and work around and do stuff, you know, then that's also a plus, you know. Because who knows, maybe in 4 years, I'm trying to get a job at Helicopters Express or some fucking utility place, or maybe I just went and flew Hawaii for a year and a half and now I have 2,500, 3,000 hours and I want to get to do medical back here on the 48 states, you know. Who knows? Maybe one of them is at a place that I want to go work at and they can be like, oh no, Matt, super fucking good dude. Because guess what? I have a very recognizable last name too. So like, oh yeah, Matt Smith. Yep, that's one of the fucking 50 Matt Smiths. Oh, but yeah, I'm not going to ask for time in exchange. I assume it would probably happen though, because that sim could be worth a lot of money to them if it works appropriately. So if I can open up that secondary stream for them, it would look very good. I was like, cool guys, I don't need to use it. I have my own setup at the house. It's exactly the same thing. If you want them to give you good recommendations after you get your license, get there 30 minutes early and go out to the machine you're using and clean it up and get them ready. Oh yeah, of course. I would much rather be there early, and even if they do like all the big pre-flighting and stuff, I'm going to try to schedule early morning flights just because I think sunrises are great. I don't see them enough and I can use this as a way to fix my own sleep schedule. Also, that is a good way for me to also do double up days. I'm going to start, so give me a second, I'm going to grab the cyclic again. So let's see, hold the top of it and rotate the stick out. Okay, I've got cyclic. If I can get rid of altitude, heading, turn the auto trim off. And turn it back on, but it's not needed now. Something same, but yeah, like I would rather be there first thing in the morning, go out there, help them with the initial pre-flight, because apparently they do the full pre-flight beginning of the day, and then whenever you go out for your courses or whatever, they kind of, you do like an abbreviated pre-flight since they've already checked all the deep stuff, and as long as like, okay, cool, there's no oil leaking from anything, then it's not going to be down any, you know, or just check the dipstick, you know, you don't have to. Anyways, whatever, you get it. Like, you don't have to go full. So it's like, I would much rather be out there to be a part of that in the mornings for the first thing. Because I do plan on owning one day, so I want to get into that habit of seeing everything and touching everything and understanding everything. And even with the 22, when we were doing the initial, man, I really tightened up my cyclic. I'm so used to it being more or less loose. So of course we were looking under the R22 from like the back left side, and he was showing like, okay, cool, like you can see the throttle here does this. The governor will do like minute inputs and stuff. And when we were going through the startup process, I had mentioned something about the correlator, and he's like, okay, cool, since you know the word, let me reach down here and we'll hop out and show you. So before we started the engine, of course. And he said, you can see, even as we just move the collective, the throttle's staying still. When you move the collective, you get a movement of the throttle just from it. The correlator, you know, if you add more collective, you're probably going to need more throttle. So the correlator's built in where when you add collective, you get throttle extra in there for you. Oh no, my auto trim's off. God forbid.
Hands on.
Fine.
Hands on.
It really doesn't like me having that off, does it? Because I know that trim fucked us up last time. Anyways, we can close you. I don't need you. Oh yeah, like I still plan on doing like a full pre-flight, but you don't have to put... Like when we went out there for the whatever, like he didn't do a full. It's like, cool, we're going to do like the main first list, but then everything else, like we're not going to touch every single rivet on the body or whatever, you know. It's like the more optimized, abbreviated version, which I want to do the full version every single time. Like I said, I plan on owning a machine one day, and I'm not going to fucking risk that. Even when I'm out there doing it myself, I plan on doing the entire fucking pre-flight. Always and forever, amen. I feel like I'd much rather be out there and start getting that into practice and into getting used to it and into my sort of habits and stuff as well. Oh yeah, Alice Springs Tower. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. We're right here. We're on a left downwind for helipad 1, and we're just going to taxi over to the ramp there and then set down Alice Springs Tower. It's like, yeah, I want to put in the best practices, like absolutely all the time, you know. And as my skills grow up, I'm not going to say the practice will decline, but like personal minimums for weather and wind and stuff will obviously go up as experiences gathered and figured out. Of course, my live fucking died right when we were doing this. See a windsock anywhere, guys? It looks like it's kind of pointing at us. Actually, no, I have it on the dash there. Cool, we can take that. We'll approach into this helipad, but then we'll do a reposition hover over to the ramp there. Isn't it this one and the 145 that gives us the vortex ring state alarm warning thing? I'm pretty sure I'm still over the H. I can't see it. Oh yeah, I was right there on it. Also, the ground kind of lost detail for me there. Either way, let's do a nice easy touchdown. Terrain, pull up. I know my gear's literally down. 3 in the green button. I don't like that car coming at me. Leave me alone. The motherfucker was gonna hit me. Holy shit. Glad we picked back up. Over the back. We'll come over here next to the airplane so we're not catching any wings on the taxiway there. should be good. Okay, let's see. Parking brake on. Let that settle down for a second. Yeah, dude, he definitely saw me. That was fucking attempted murder. Okay, cool. There we go. Welcome to Alex Springs, guys. And since we use the 160 today, look at this. Fabric on my 160? Absolutely hideous. Did we not wash this thing beforehand? Guys. Get out. Out. Anyways, okay, so we're going to do another leg real quick down to the nipple. We'll finish that up for the day then. So let's get the nipple going. I'm gonna actually turn that off there. What, it's that far? In flight. We'll do the 130 because we did the 125 yesterday. And they're both equally quick. Look, my helicopter's still there. Says departure. Helicopter 130. I'm not going to worry about gas because we'll have gas once we get down here. I didn't know there's 2 rocks out here. No, last time I did the 125, I went back and looked. Last one you saw, we did this though. So yeah, there's a little tourist town thing, and they have their little helipad set up. But we're going to set as arrival. 184. Yeah, we can do that about an hour. Start flight. Or that might be headwindish. Might be a little bit over an hour then. Ready to fly. Shift C. Get straight up in here. Forward a wee bit. Forward a wee bit. Okay. Nope, I don't want you. Literally don't want you. Anti-collision lights. Fuel pump. Sand filter. We're in the desert. Hell yeah. I'm going to turn the engine on. That's all good there. Okay. I literally didn't do anything. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, I want generator on. Click my fuel button a whole bunch. I hit 95,000 feet. Oh, they already moved the 160. It ain't there no more. Yeah, okay, cool. Build your RPM. I'm giving you throttle. Boop. Sick. We're in it. Flight level 95. Isn't that 95,000? I don't think we can do that without mods. We need right pedal for this helicopter. We are facing into the wind, so that's nice. Let's see. We just go this way. No, there ain't nobody coming on approach, so we're gonna go this way. Yeah, okay, you're telling me those aren't fucking trim buttons there? Oh no, did we lose stream? No. Okay, no, we're good. Looks like sometime in July. Don't know when, but sometime in July, and when it does, we'll get it. Yeah, so wait, you're telling me these aren't fucking trim buttons? Yaw pitch, okay. Don't know what you are. Anyways, whatever. I need to get this. Oh, still over here. Cool. Okay, let's lean into it. Yeah, like a 76 looks fucking cool. Like obviously we have the 222 Bravo right now, the Bell, which I think is fucking sick. I love it anyways. Not even from Airwolf. I never watched Airwolf, but the S76 is also fucking sexy. What does surprise me is there's no like Leonardo company helicopters that anybody's done, or at least that I can find that looks like it's worth a shit. You know, like the 109, 119, 39, 49, 69. Nice. I can't seem to find any of those that anybody's made, so. Okay, Nipples, we coming for you. What is that, a power plant or something? It's some sort of manufacturing or some shit. The 130 today. And there's a local one that I think looks really, really fucking good. If you look up, yes, this part of the trip is in around the world because the nipple was in the flight plan anyways. So, we're just doing a double leg today. Which I know we're going to have to backtrack this anyways. To get up to wherever. Or we could do this, because I know you said you have to go. We could call Alice Springs our spot, and then we can restart down here, save ourselves an hour and some time, do some shenanigans around the nipple, and then tomorrow we restart at Alice Springs, and then we start heading north up to the coast. That is also an option, because I knew the nipple would be a backtracking event anyways. But it's the nipple, you know, we gotta see the nipple. So y'all could make that call. Y'all are the two people that are always in here, so if y'all can make that choice and agree on it, then we'll either call Alice Springs our finish point for the day, then we'll fast forward Shenanigan the Nipple. I just want to go do some wheelies. But yeah, that is an option. That was something I'd been considering for a couple of weeks now, whether I wanted to do a full backtrack sort of event. Or if anything, next stream we could always do the same thing of autopiloting back up to Alice, just since it's a backtrack recovering an area sort of thing. And then we can do another hop in the 125 or 66 or something and head north out of it. That could also be an option for next one. So you think this road just takes people to the Nipple? Maybe we follow it all the way out there, we'll just end up there. Nipple Shenanigans. It's funny that that word's not allowed. Ground speed 129, 10 knot headwind. The road does that. In America, we have this thing called Adopt a Highway, where you can like adopt a highway in memory of something or somebody or whatever. Call it like the multi-shot Matt Memorial Highway if I happen to die in a helicopter crash while going down it or some shit like that. You should see if you could adopt this highway and then give it some made-up name like Dr. Ari R. Ola or something like that, you know, like some sort of pun or play on words about nipples. It'd be worth it if you could get that to pass through. It'd be so fucking cool. Literally the coolest guy in Australia at that point. Yeah. Hello, V&E. We're knocking on your door, bud. Fuel economy means nothing to me when we're well within striking distance. Only 167 miles to go. Only 16 more of those periods of time for what we were just talking about. You know, I had tightened up my my cyclic and collective, but because it's not spring tightening, I mean there is a spring, but it's a screw or a bolt with a nut on it. Below the nut is a spring, and that spring presses on a plate that's on the side of the pivot. So it's a friction thing. It's not a spring thing. The spring pushes the friction on the actual pivot area of the cyclic and stuff. But with that extra friction, it kind of makes it catchy. So it's not as smooth. Like, I can put like 1 pound of force or whatever with it, and instead of it slowly sweeping through it, kind of like, you know? Yeah, but what about third nipple? That would be so fucking pumped when we can see it. Just like when we saw Booby Island from a distance. Oh, one of the best days of my life. Can you land helicopters at Booby Island? Is that possible? Would that be a thing that I could do one day? If you can make the connections happen, Tom, where I can come down and land a helicopter on Booby Island, I just might make the trip for that, because it'd be so fucking funny. Like, that would be the world's funniest fucking YouTube title. Like, I got a helicopter license and flew all the way to Australia just so I could land on Booby Island. As long as I got permission. Isn't... I'm assuming it's probably like a national park or something like that where you need a... or like a protected island or something like that. Also, I'm curious what the tourist piloting rules are. Kind of like the international driver's license or whatever. Let's see. 148. New conspiracy. Earth is a woman in Australia and North America are boob. The nipples are Stone Mountain there. Hey? Could be. Stone Mountain's here in Georgia. Stone Mountain's kind of cool. I do look forward to flying around Stone Mountain in real life. I've obviously done it in the game. I think we might have even done it here in stream before. But also one of my most boring habits that I have is whenever I have to go to work somewhere, I'll usually fly direct in the sim. Also, I don't give a shit about V&E. We're trying to get to the nipple. I'll fly it in the sim like the next day or something. Oh, there is a helipad on the island? A lighthouse too? Oh. Okay. Yeah, probably so. Usually if there's a lighthouse and a helipad, they're kind of for the lighthouse to get the keeper in and out. 155 miles. We are chooching at a ground speed of 152 knots. I will take it. Like I said, V&E means nothing to me right now. Nipple is really the most important thing in life. Could really use one of those right now. Make a sound like that with it. Yeah, you don't need permission when you squawk 7500. We're doing a Booby Island tour. Ship light comes on. Hey, we need to set down here on Booby Island immediately. We have an emergency. Go down, land on Booby Island, check out the scenery while we're there, letting it cool down. Then we look, oh my god. One of these little connectors wiggled itself loose and it threw us a fault code. Let's turn it back on. Wow, it works. Bing pot. Easy peasy. Permission to sniff Booby Island, sir. That's the sound I'm going to make on the island when it pops out of my mouth. It looks like the moon. Welcome to the moon. I mean, rural Australia. No, 7500's emergency. 70 600's hijacking. 7700 is loss of radio. Is that right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure 7500 is emergency. 76 and 77, it's radio is dead, no comms, and the other's hijacking, and I just don't remember which one's which. But I'm 99.9% sure 7500 is emergency. Bullshit. There's no way 7500's hijacking. Emergency squawk codes. What? No fucking way. I could have swore it was the other way around. Okay, let's see. Yep, I just Googled it. Unless somebody from fucking Reddit screwed up Google's AI again. Like with the, where do you throw your car batteries? And it's like, oh, you just throw them in the ocean to recharge the electric eels. Glad to have an emergency if I can't put the fucking 00 in there. There we go. Yeah, we got the good squawk in, boys. $7,700 ident. What are the other ones we got here? NA, nothing fucking works. NA. Nothing. Yeah, we're squawking emergency, boys. It's called priority landing. But dude, honestly, like the fucking things that mess up like Google's AI and stuff, like why are fire engines red? And it's like all these different things, and something's about Russian, and fire trucks are always rushing around. And like Google thought that was the real fucking answer. Yeah, I'd like to go land on Booby Island. It's when I visit Australia, just because I mean it's such a fucking investment to get down to Australia anyways. Like, I would much rather spend the extra $1,000 to $2,000 to go do the Booby Island thing than instead of spending another $6,000 or $7,000 to get down there again to do the Booby Island thing. Interesting looking hills here. Almost like sand dunes that just got fucking like solidified. Weird. You got some weird fucking geography down here in some of these places, dude. Whoa, okay. Wind shear. Thank you, noticed. I flew my R-22 all the way to Australia to land on Booby Island. Cool, whatever. Money. Just money. $140 miles. Less than an hour to the nip. The nipple is not in sight, though. It's out there somewhere. Have to contact some companies up there to see who would take me. Yeah. It's worth it. That'd be definitely something once I have more of a following with helicopter related stuff, because I do have some like I said, I've got a helicopter pilot chick down there who I'm in her DMs a bit back and forth with her. And there's some other pilots from down there who I talk to. And I'm not going to act like it's a serious talking back and forth with some of these dudes. It's like I'll comment on something they do, they'll comment on something I do. Once I'm actually putting in more hours and stuff, then I'll start. I don't want to say once I have more heli clout, I will, but it would definitely like be worth reaching out at some point when I'm planning to be like, hey, which one of you guys know somebody who works on the north side up there on the Cape? Excuse you, thank you. Dude, I'm also like low-key hyped for the S76 release. Although I'm curious what their autopilot thing will be like. If I'll be able to activate it as non-self-centering controls that I have here. Like, I want to email Cowan Sim and ask them, like, hey, I know you're working on this thing, like, what's this going to look like, you know, is it going to be doable for me? Or am I just going to have to get over it and just enjoy hand flying a Sikorsky? Dude, the wind is definitely different here over the hills. Okay, I feel you. Let's see, once we start getting past all of this stuff, what's it look like? We lose our mountains on the right up here. It's kind of deserty for a bit. Kind of ridgy, kind of deserty. And then we're in the nip zone. Okay. The nip zone's all I want. It's all a boy can ask for. And only 130 nautical miles left. At 150 knots. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. Dude, I don't know why, but when I made the thumbnail today, I was typing in 42. For some reason, 40 and 41 didn't make me feel it, but 42, I was like, damn. We're close to 50 episodes. And it was like, if we hadn't come down to do Australia, we'd be decently far. We'd probably be past India now. So that's why I kind of wanted to do a double leg today. And why I'll probably be opting for faster helicopters for the next little bit. Not that I want to catch up to where we should be, but I would like to be further along than Southeast Asia once we get, like to move through that as quickly as possible. Yeah, almost fucking 50.
It's how I feel age-wise sometimes. But yeah, I'd like to do some double or triple leg days coming up. How dare Tom? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll definitely be doing once we get up to the islands and stuff up there. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of 222 days, a lot of S76 days once it comes in. Chinook, the 160, the 130 here, the 145 does pretty good. Like we're gonna be burning through these faster helicopters in an effort to make some distance on some of these days. A couple of longer streams and stuff coming up. I'll probably be starting earlier because I want to get to bed earlier, because once I start flying for real, you know, I want to be getting those early shifts in at the school. I'm hoping end of this week or next week I start flying, or at least start like actively training or whatever. But until then, I had doctor's appointment and stuff to go run around do today. But tomorrow I'm getting up and I'm basically just gonna dive straight into ground school. Like I said, taking notes, making index cards for flashcards and stuff. I'm going full fucking send. I want to be the most overly prepared and studied person that they've ever had come through. That's the goal. Yeah, Tom, when I was making the thumbnail today, for some reason the episode 42 hit me. It's like, damn, we're almost halfway to 100 episodes. For some reason 42 hit me. I'm sure actually typing in. Yep, I don't know if you were in here when we talked about it initially, but something came up for me. A very good thing came up, and my private is now paid for, or at least the federal minimum, the FAA min. The 40 hours is paid up, so that's a thing. So apparently my parents were looking to find a way to help me and my brother out. Not that we need the help, but investments have looked good or whatever for them, and they've got a decent little nest egg. Not like they're able to do full commercial or anything, obviously, or just start handing shit out. But they saw how happy I was and everything with going and doing my discovery flight and how dedicated I've been to this. I've actually, I fly maybe an extra hour every day that y'all don't see, where I'm actually just doing approaches and autos and hovering and changing winds and stuff. I do more than just the streams. But really seriously pushing it, and it paid off when I went to go do my intro, discovery, first lesson, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And they said, hey, we were going to both give you some amount of money to do as like a down payment as a house or to help with closing costs or something. And they said, if you want to take the cost of what your private would be at the federal minimum, $15,000-ish, and take that, and not where it's just going into your account and you pay it out or whatever, but where like we pay it to the school and or whatever, just like the checks or whatever. and then give my brother his 15 because he's looking at building a house here within the next couple of months, to make that as a down payment for the closing on it once he goes from a construction loan to a typical mortgage. My parents wouldn't fucking usually give me money, but it's one of those things too where the way they explained it also, it's like they have, like, there's obviously going to be an inheritance and stuff like that, but they would much rather see us using that money that they're not going to be touching anyways, being used for something that they want to see both of us with a house. They want to see me flying and working my way out of film. But like, I've had my grandmother give me a loan before, but that's like a payback thing. Where it's like, okay, don't go talk to a bank and go through all that shit here. We'll just, like, Nana will give you $10,000 to buy a car, and then you just pay her back $10,000 or whatever. Back when we were younger. Yeah, super fucking sick for them. Love them to death for that. And I don't want to say part of it was something I said, but how I was saying the other day when I was replaying or reflying the flight that I did Friday, how I was saying, like, when I was driving home, I was dead set on keeping this quiet from my dad, because I kind of want to do the surprise, like, I got my pilot's license, and surprise my dad by flying and showing up or taking him for a flight or something. But I would much rather spend the time talking about this and enjoying the process and everything else with them as well. So, yeah, super fucking thankful for them for that. And when they told me that was, like, flew Friday, and they told me Saturday, I couldn't fucking sleep Saturday night. Like, my mind was already thinking, like, okay, cool, like, I remember the whole flight, like, every single second of it. And, like, cool, I maybe not remember exactly where we turned somewhere, but I remember every little thing that I clocked that I did wrong. And I was replaying that over and over in the head, and I was like, okay, cool, I need to work on power management a little bit more, because at some point we were flying, I was slowing down, but adding a bit more collective, and we were getting up near the upper levels of manifold pressure, and I was like, cool, like, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to pay more attention to forward airspeed when we're not in pattern. You know, there's other things I would want to work on and pay attention to. Otherwise, like, pretty good, but you have to do 30 hours of painstaking labor for $5. Well, I think it also comes down to, like, as far as the labor wise, like, they've always paid fairly for labor or money saved, because it's like, okay, cool, they could pay let's say a contractor to come in and mow the yard work, and that's like, cool, like, what, $100 a week for somebody to come mow the yard? So they're just not going to give you $20 for mowing the yard. They'll pay, you know, 40 or 50 or something. Like, cool, if I do a detail job on his truck, he'd be like, hey Matt, you want to wash the truck? And I go over and I do a full detail job, or whatever level of clean he wants. But he's not going to undercut me from what I would have charged some random person to do it, you know? Like, they try to pay fairly for services. They just rather give it to somebody that they know and they're related to and they can trust. But yeah, the paying for the flight school's big fucking ups. Hugely thankful. I'll never be able to thank them enough for that. And it was funny today, we were at the Monday night car shows that we usually go to. And he really wants, like, a Volkswagen Beetle, Volkswagen Bug. He had randomly land a helicopter, like, hey Dad, could you meet me at Barnstormers at Peach State Aerodrome? And then show up in a helicopter. But yeah, he really wants, like, a Volkswagen Beetle. Like a older air-cooled Beetle, whatever. No, which I've always planned on getting him one day anyway. So like obviously I'll be giving the money back to him, or it'll be something that I know that he's not going to sell and I'm going to get it back anyways. Make you pay to flow and mow their lawn. Or like I want to get him a nicer watch too, and it's like, okay, cool, like I'm going to get the watch back one day. He's not going to sell it, but he does have that thing of value during the time. But he knows also that he loves flying. Like he has a private pilot's license, fixed wing. Hasn't flown in years, but he always loved flying, and he would ride with some people here and there, and it's just something he enjoyed doing, you know? So he knows he's going to get a lot of flight time out of riding with me. And he knows that as soon as I'm at a point where I can, I do want to get CFI. I don't really want to be an instructor, but I do want to get CFI. He knows that at whatever that point is, I want to teach him how to fly. I don't know if he'll clear medical or anything, but I'll be teaching him how to wiggle the sticks and do all that. Just because, you know, that's something he enjoys doing, and I think he'd enjoy the challenge. But anyways, he wants the Volkswagen Beetle, and we saw, there's a couple at the car show, but there was a little girl riding around in like a Power Wheels one that her parents had a little remote control and they were steering. And he looked at his friend that was there with us. And he's like, Bubba, that's like the only type of Beetle I can pay for right now or whatever. And Bubba walked away for a second. I was like, I know you said you can't pay for that Beetle right now, but just realize that you're probably about to get more free helicopter rides than most people would know what to do with. And he started laughing because he knew it was true. He knew that me getting this, that as soon as I hit, I get private, and I've done the little transition, whatever, to the R44. Which, I mean, he could ride in the 22 with me because he's lighter than me. Eventually, I was following the lime green Beetle from Greenville, South Carolina on I-8 Saturday. Left it in Hamilton Middle. Oh, okay, yeah. Dude, there's a couple of cool ones around. Yeah, like he'll be getting a shit 2022 rides because I should have some money left over from the instruction because they have their rental rates and everything. They do block pay stuff if you do 300, or it's 380 an hour with instructor and fuel and 380 wet with instructor for 10-hour blocks. But I also know that I'll be doing solo as well, so it'll open up some hours and I'll have some left over from the 15. Like he'll be getting rides and shit when I'm going out and doing my own thing because I want to fly like at least once a week on my own dime. Like he'll most likely be the person riding with me. And if there's friends or whatever that want to ride, then there's a good chance that they're not going to, like some of my friends are slightly bigger, so they're not going to be able to do an R22 with me unless it's a shorter flight. But I know he would gladly hop in the back of a 44 and ride along every fucking time. No, they had 6 hours. They had 6 hours to do a ceasefire. Israel has 12 hours to do a ceasefire. I don't know why they did this fucking weird ceasefire thing. Like, I understand it, like, okay, cool, like, you can't have a ceasefire say, like, okay, cool, we ceasefire right now. It's usually like a, okay, cool, we're gonna stop shooting at each other at 10 o'clock on Saturday, because you have to get, like, the news to all the people on the front lines. But it's like, dude, technology exists to where you can just be like, hey guys, stop shooting, we're done, it's over, and then people will fucking stop. So I don't know why they have that 6-hour Iran, 12-hour thing, whatever. That might still be within the limits. But it was almost like, okay, cool, we'll give you 6 hours and we'll give Israel 12 hours. It's like letting people get a last fucking swing in. Like, hey, we know you got a few more missiles that you want to send there, go ahead and send them. And then Israel, they can reply to those missiles. They have 6 hours or 12 hours, whatever, to reply to your missiles once you fucking send them for some fucking stupid reason. I don't know why they did that. Like I said, I can understand saying like, okay, cool, at this day and time we'll stop. Because maybe you can't get the word to your front lines quick enough. But they don't have people on the ground. It's literally from base to base shooting, you know? Like, you should be able to call everybody and be like, hey guys, cut it out. I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. Also, it wouldn't surprise me if Israel was shooting missiles at Israel just to give them excuse to shoot more missiles at Iran. Dude, I don't know if I shared it in the Discord, but there was one video I saw on Instagram from a Dubai Airlines, or maybe an Emirates pilot coming out of Dubai or something. And it was just like 40 fucking missiles on the horizon. It was wild to see. Still no nipple in sight. There might be nipples with some of your ripples, but there ain't no nipple in sight. Dude, what if their nipples were just... their nipples... What if their missiles were just models of booby islands on the front with the nipples of Australia on the very tip of them, and they're just sending it over to, like, let Israel to know. Like, hey guys, you should really check out this stream. When do I start? I think we're going to work on getting the money transferred over soon, like sometime this week. Like I said, they're moving some investment stuff around, and they're selling some shares and whatever, or pulling out of the investment fund. Whatever it is, it should be done end of this week. So I would expect end of this week or next week starting. Oh, also, GPS, if you want to come up here to spot, Sunday night would be pretty cool. There would be some really cool nighttime spotting up here Sunday night. So NASCAR is here on Sunday. The track's right there. You'd be able to get like a full fly out of the championship air. I don't know where you could park and where you can. A couple of big team owners have their own jets. But that'll be a pretty cool afternoon to go up there and watch that. I don't think you'll be there. This is full NASCAR, not ARCA. I don't think there's an ARCA race there this weekend. But yeah, that may be worth the effort to get up there to see. Typically they depart out to the north, but you know, it also depends on the fucking wind. They're departing off to the north using runway, whatever the opposite of fucking 24 is, I can't think. Runway 6. I don't keep getting fucking bugs in here. You're looking at that. But yeah, there's the parking lot next to the FBO, where you can get decent shots and stuff, but if you kind of walk further north, you can get on the fence line and set up a camera looking through the fence. And I don't think the cops would bug you. Because as long as you're not obviously a fucking threat, there's nothing against standing on the side of the road and videotaping airplanes taking on and off. I just don't want to spot at a small airport that's over 40 minutes away. Yeah, it's the only small airport that I would even suggest spotting at. That would be worth it. PDK is not small, but it's smallish, would be decent, which I think you said you went up there, I believe. Peachtree City, Falcon Field, on a nice day would be good spotting for a handful of executive private jets, but a lot of general aviation stuff coming in and out. As far as Hampton, it's usually pretty slow there. But on NASCAR day, it is a fucking event. Which, have you ever looked up the videos of NASCAR airplane or NASCAR airplane spotting before? Like if you look up NASCAR plane spotting or whatever, like you'll find there's pretty good compilations that people have done of all the different ones coming in and out. Grow some balls, you won't get arrested. There is at Peacher City Falconville, they have a lot of no parking signs at the end of the road, or at the end of the runway, like next to the roads and everything. But you're way out of glide slope. It's not like your car's a protrusion or anything like that. Yeah, Daytona Beach, that's a big one. And Daytona's a big one too because it's a very party type. Like that and Talladega are very, very big party. Of course, Atlanta's a big fucking party too, but Daytona's kind of like the bougie NASCAR party. Talladega is like the less bougie NASCAR party. Every NASCAR race is a fucking party, but those are like the two big ones. But yeah, Hampton would be a pretty cool one to see. Like I said, a lot of PJs and a lot of like ERJs and stuff coming in and out. Yeah, would be a cool one to go do. The big thing would just be you'd either have to find a parking place kind of on that side, then walk across the road and go do it. Because I seriously doubt you could park at the FBO just because of how busy it'll be. So you'd have to park and walk across, or park somewhere nearby and Uber in. Starting to see some hills out there. Don't know if they're nipple worthy yet. 74 miles, yeah, still probably not visible. We're still probably just seeing this stuff here. Yeah, I don't want to say NASCAR plane spotting is on my to-do list. But if I was in the area, I would definitely be there watching, especially if they were departing to the north. That would be worth it. So yeah, you could watch METARs and stuff like that, and I don't know how early you'd want to get up there. I don't even know what time the race is starting or over. Usually they start like, what, 1:30 or something? And I've watched the post-race departures before. The same plane, you can see it like 3 times in one night. In a random hangar parking lot. Yeah, they just drive on field, no big deal. That honestly, they probably have security this weekend just because there's going to be so many fucking people trying to park anywhere and everywhere. So it would be hard to get in. Like I said, you might just be best parking in one of those lots near the end of runway 6 anyways. And just fucking paying the $20 parking fee or whatever these people charge. And walking over and get, because there's one spot near the road that's kind of higher than the field where you can get a really, really good angle of it all. There's a hangar with a public lot. I would say call the FBO, but they're probably gonna be fucking busy. Oh, I think at the FBO there's a, if you're looking at like the main FBO there, like there's a fence, like let's say you're looking from the road down at it, you can drive through the gate to get onto the field, but if you're just looking at the FBO, there's a gate that goes to like a little picnic area. And I think that's accessible from the outside. I don't know if you need a password to get in there since it's kind of on field, kind of not. But it looks like somewhere like where you could sit and have lunch or something like that. But you might look to see if their little patio is public access, because that would be cool to see from there. Like I said, I saw it the other day, I just didn't pay attention to if the patio was actually public access. I wonder if I can... do it here. There's KATL. P. Yeah, so when you're looking at the FBO here, I said this parking lot is obviously going to be fucking full. All this stuff is behind gates. So you could park... I'm sure I'm not going to hit anything. You could park over here, try to walk across, because like right here's a good view this way. Like this whole area is like decent viewing area. As long as you're behind there's a fence or whatever. But I believe on the FBO here, there's a little gate on this sidewalk where there's a... you can barely see, but there's a little fence right there, and there's like a couple of like little round picnic tables kind of on the back side of the FBO. And if you can get in here like you're going to go eat and just watch, or just like be near the airport, be an airport guy, then that could be doable. But yeah, so there's a gate to get in here, and I'm going... usually it's just like wide ass open, you can just fucking drive in. Because usually the only people going there are the people that are working there. But I have a good feeling that it's going to be blocked off for the weekend. Same thing with this one, same thing with this one. Like these are behind a fence, you can see the shadow there. This is kind of open, you could get in here, but I don't think it's worth it. You could come down this dirt road here, which comes down this way, and then comes down this way, and you could kind of see the run-up area from here, but you wouldn't get a lot of view. And there's really no spotting areas from back around here. And so there's another dirt road here, but then you're getting a very limited look, because that's all gated and fenced. Same thing with here, I don't even think you can access that. But if those picnic tables are accessible, that would be get to the run-up pad, hell yeah. Dude, I used to drift around the fucking run-up pad. We rented a hangar there for like a year and a half. Because hangars have a lot of fucking space, and we were building race cars in the hangar. And for us and for other people and whatever, and we helped build a couple of drift cars. And we would go do testing down on the run-up pads and through the different stuff there. Like I said, there may be open gates or places that are drive-inable. But NASCAR weekend is fucking wild. NASCAR weekend, there are so many cars up there for NASCAR weekend that I expect a majority of the Henry County Police Department to be there, as well as bringing in outside police from surrounding counties of Clayton, Spalding, Coweta, Butts, Lamar. Like, they'll be bringing in people from everywhere and outside hiring other fly a drone to take the photos. Hey, less than 240, just get a non-GPS one and just send it up there, and then it doesn't worry about it. Just fly it right in the middle of the runway on the departure path. As long as you're near the end, nobody's going to be using up the full length of the runway, so you should be good. Just put some tape over the lights. So that way people don't see it blinking. Like I said, you can outside spot from the fence, but there's going to be such a high level of police presence and security presence that all those places that people could potentially go and try to park and sneak into the racetrack from, it's going to be fucking toasted. Yeah, you can park in Lovejoy and Uber up, or Uber down. I was gonna say do Griffin, but I don't know how many Ubers exist in Griffin. You'll probably have a better chance with an Uber in Lovejoy. That may be your best bet too, as long as you can bring a backpack with some waters and shit like that. And then of course, if it's fucking too late and there are no Ubers to come get you or some shit, then fucking, you know me on Discord, I'll come grab you and bring you back up. Pull in someone else's driveway. Yeah, I think that we're going to try to watch the race from the lake this weekend. Bring out a Jackery and a giant fucking iPad that my friend has and stream it while floating on the lake. It's the general goal right now. I was going to try to rent a fucking 22 for the day and do my lessons around the airport, but somebody's already rented it full up, so oh well. "52 miles. The nipple should be in sight soon. That's what we're all here for." But yeah, definitely, if there was ever a day to spot at Henry County Airport, other than a day that I'm flying helicopters, of course, or one of the days when Army Aviation Heritage Foundation or whatever is doing their thing, because they do the Huey rides and Cobra rides. That would be neat to go up there and watch. Yeah, this week would be a good one just because there's going to be a lot of traffic coming in and out. Yeah, or you get a parking pass for the race, as long as it's one of the lots that fits what you want to be at, you know. Like, I wouldn't get one all the way on the other side. The fucking track is massive. The whole parking area around the track is fucking massive. Ooh, there's something down here. Look at this. There's a plane crossing my flight path. What is he doing? There's no planes in Australia. Aircraft don't exist out here. Yeah, I would never spot KHMP. Unless it was race weekend or like something cool helicopter type shit going on. And I'm going to try to be, I don't want to say regularly scheduled with my flight training. But like, I'll let you guys know ahead of time if I can. Yeah, Qantas is based in the giant spot in the Pacific Ocean that's known as Australia, but it's just a figment of the imagination. 47 miles. Something, but like, yeah, I'll try to keep it relatively up to date. I was going to try to spot it Greenville Spartanburg International on Friday, but didn't make it. Oh, okay, it happens, yeah. Nothing's perfect. I'll be trying to let y'all know, or at least the Discord know, of what my training schedule is in case you care to watch on Flight Radar. But I also would like to know, because it's not going to be part 141, it's going to be part 61, obviously. 141 is like the college path. But part 61, I'm still going to try to figure out, like, cool, what's going to be my practice schedule? Like, okay, cool, right now we're kind of working on some different low maneuvers and takeoffs and approaches, and we're going to start autos on this day. Like, if I know that I'm going to be doing autos one day, I'll definitely make it known that, hey, if the weather's good, I'm going to be up here doing auto rotations. Or attempting to do autos. Or fucking crashing the helicopter into the ground and giving you a really, really good thing to put on YouTube. And to show the FAA. Because you have to turn it in for evidence, obviously. Well, good thing is they also have a spot down in Columbus. So, if I'm ever doing a cross-country and we choose Columbus as the cross-country location, I'll let you know. So that way you can either see me down there, or I'll overfly your area. Or if it's something where you want to give me your location or something like that, whenever I'm doing it, I'll make sure to go down and do an orbit over your house or something and get you a good spot. Well, then he'll know where you're at. So we can't dox you by orbiting your house. But if I'm ever doing a Columbus trip, I'll let you know. And then, of course, once the license is here, if you're ever in the area, you gotta ride. To all the other people watching, you hear that? If you're a good viewer and you take part in the conversations and everything here, if I'm ever in your area as a licensed helicopter pilot, and you're of a good follower person, just like Tom or Georgia Plane Spotting, then there's a good chance I'll give you a ride if I'm in your area flying. So, worth a shot. See, you may have room in your yard for the helicopter, but do you have room in your yard for an underpowered helicopter like the R-22 with a load of fuel and two grown-ass men to max performance takeoff out of it? Probably not. Probably not. There's a lot of people like, yeah, I got this area in my yard where you could come and lower a helicopter into it. It's like, they don't work like that. They do, but they don't. Really, like, if you have a yard that's big enough to put it in, and then maybe like an extra 20 or 30 feet on either side, then like, yeah, you could, as long as you have an approach path that's friendly with the wind, that's kind of the big thing. $20 to $100 or a 20 foot by 100 foot? Like, yeah, that's... The big thing is 22's underpowered, and if you want to ride, then it's fucking convert to meters, please. Does the street have power lines? 'Cause that's a no-go. Are there trees on the other side of the street? That would make it where I can't really approach, but I'd still have to only get low over your yard. Yeah, it's a hard sell for confined area landings in a 22, I'll tell you that. Especially if you're trying to do like a ride. Now, if it was just me and I was near my destination where I'd be lower on fuel getting in there anyways. But any sort of confined area in a 22 is just almost an immediate no-go unless you have a, I don't want to say significant, but unless you have like a sizable area for approach and departure. Like I said, even then if you're just dropping straight in, I mean, you need a lot of fucking power, or somehow you have a fucking killer headwind that you can depend on to be a 30 knot ETA, like put you in transitional lift already sort of headwind. Let me measure. He runs outside at 1 o'clock in the morning with a fucking tape measure. But you can measure on Google Maps too, so. Guys, where the fuck is the nipple at? Australia actually doesn't have a nipple? Secrets revealed? "32 nautical miles. We're doing 140 knots, so we're looking at like 10 minutes. Now you can actually do it on Google Maps, you don't have to use Google Earth. If you click and hold and select the location, below it where it gives you the information like the address and get direction order, they have a measure button there now. And you can do the measuring in Google Maps. Fun fact. Yanks gots to open Earth. Like, I've got decent size at my house, but I still would not want to bring a 22 in here. Maybe if I was more experienced, obviously, then I'd start considering it more. But it wouldn't be with somebody else in it. It would be just me. Here's a little second half of our desert crossing. I have no idea. I'd have to measure. It's more than 15 by 15, obviously. And I would also have to take the area for parking and level it off. And make a level corner for it. Because right now, if you were to be level, it'd be like right near the garage. Not the new garage they built, but like the garage, either by the house or like you'd be blocking the driveway to where nobody else could come into the house. Measurement by measurement. Yeah, his yard's 3 feet wide, but it's 600 feet long. He's got a 1 meter by 468 meter yard, and that gives him the 468 meter squared yard. It's just a long fucking strip of grass that's 3 feet wide. Possible, just not optimal, and especially giving a ride to somebody, I don't think it would be possible. Just from that. Or you could maybe screenshot it and scribble out street names if you didn't want to dox yourself and put it in the Discord. That's your choice. Tom just wants to know where you live. He wants to send you Polaroids of himself. Kind of gross, but you know, Tom's like what Tom's like. Guys, look in front. That's one of them. Because there's this little section of rocks too, which I think might be what's on the horizon over there. More of a mountainy sort of thing, but the random rock thing is there. It should be like dead in front of us. Out here. 20 miles away, but it's not visible yet. You should just send him like the satellite picture from like fucking an airport somewhere. Or you should figure out Tom's real identity really quick. Figure out where he lives and send him satellite view of his house. This is where I live. I'm in the walls. You live in multiple houses. Whoa, shit, there it is. Popped up out of fucking nowhere. I guess it's a random thing. Guys, we have the nipple in sight. Hell yeah. Let's get some W's in the chat for the nipple of Australia. Just appeared out of nowhere like magic. It's the sound it made when it popped into existence. I live where I feel like driving to. The thing is, all the stuff on my house has been done at least all the recent clearing that would make it big enough to make it landable is since or very, very recent, so it's not satellite viewable yet. Just send Tom a satellite view Australia. Can I land a helicopter here? And then we'll be coming up over this way once we do our circle of Linyep. Guys, look at this fucking thing. No wonder people come out here to look at it. It's just a big fucking rock. So isn't there like a whole bunch of Aborigine legend and stuff behind this fucking thing? I feel like there's gotta be, right? I'm flying crooked this whole fucking time. Okay, we'll try that. Looks like it's starting to render in some more details on it. Very cool. Hot damn. The lure gonna make me act up over here. Is this what they named the Lamborghini Urus after? Also, I'm curious if there's a spot to land up top. I'm sure there's no... You're not supposed to. Probably frowned upon. Do I even have bear claws on here? Yeah. Get a balance point. Oh, why not? Y'all are too busy measuring yards to appreciate the fact that we flew all the way to Australia instead of continuing around the world just to look at the nipple. Devastating. 9 people watching, 7 people watching. At least we got the crowd in here for it to show off. Other than Tom being a loyal viewer and being from Australia. This is the only reason we came down here. Other than Tom, obviously. So we had an extra 10 days of travel, or 10 streams. Many, many hours of flight. Heartbreak, and everything added on. Or probably more than 10 days, because we, at least 10 days of Australia. But all the days detouring to get down here. Maybe 20 days in total to do this. To circle the nipple. Splendid. Let's throw a little bit of altitude at it. What do you say? Because I'll tell you what, I want to throw my skins on the tip of it. look at this fucking thing. She's a wavy nip, isn't she? I assume when Australia hit puberty, it kind of poked up. Honestly, it looks like it's so low resolution that I can't find like a place to safely set down. Why is the fucking helicopter so shaky? Just weird wind up here or something? Or probably a little bit of a tailwind, because we had a headwind all the way up here. Oh, nice. I guess it's long enough to kind of give you enough room for, well, assuming a loaded up 22. Yeah, I'm curious. We'll have to look up the history on the nipple of Australia. I'm sure that's exactly what we searched to get to it. And we'll swing by this helipad real quick. We'll drop down. We'll say hello, and then we'll head up to the airport, and we'll call that good for today. Because it is 1 o'clock a.m. And I am a changed man, and I am waking up earlier than usual, so. Helicopter trivia, what does AVCS stand for? Alpha Victor Charlie Sierra, AVCS. Anyways, AVCS, Active Vibration Control System. Uses little sensors and stuff to dampen the helicopterness out of it. Ruins the fun. This one little pocket here, that's a pocket over here, little helipads we're going to make an approach to. Well, there's no fucking water out here. How is it formed by water? You think we're stupid? Like, you were less than half the fuel weight you were when we started. Chill. You slowed down so good over there. What are you doing? I swear this particular sim model or whatever has like the absolute worst FADEC system. Oh, you want a shitload of rotor speed? We'll just throw that in there. We know that we're supposed to be doing something about this, but we're not. Used to be below sea level, you guess? You guess or you know. We're going to dampen our vibrations. Do right pad. Oh, hey truck. Why am I having to use so much left pedal? Weird. I don't think the wind's that strong. Which way is the square? Okay, we're this way. Bink. Okay, let's head up to the airport real quick. Call that good. I can also do... What? Still stuck on Alice Springs shit. Fuck me. Oh well. You gonna give me the option now? Nope. So dumb. Oh well. You can leave your nipples out of this fucking GPS. We have now peaked the Australian tour. Hello, Tailwind. But we're not in Alice Springs.
Wind 186 at 6. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature 18. Dew point -2. QNH 1021. ILS Yankee runway 12 in use. Landing and departing runway 12.
Ooh.
Alice Springs Airport Information Foxtrot 0500 Zulu. Wind 186 at 6. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature 18. Dew point -2. QNH 1021. ILS Yankee runway 12 in use. Yankee Alpha Yankee Echo traffic. Helicopter Charlie Foxtrot Tango India Tango. 3 miles south, 1,800 feet, inbound to land. Runway tree 1. Yankee Alpha Yankee Echo traffic. Information Foxtrot 0500 Zulu. Wind. Alice Springs Airport Information Foxtrot.
Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
86 at 6. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature 1.
Please.
Dew point -2. QNH 1021. ILS Yankee runway 12 in use. Landing
Oh my
and
god,
departing
that's so
runway
fucking
12.
annoying. Holy
VFR
crap.
aircraft say direction of flight. All
Sorry,
aircraft
guys.
lead back. Hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Foxtrot.
So where's our winds?
Alice Springs Airport Information
Stout
Foxtrot,
from the left,
0500
okay.
Zulu. Wind 188 at 6. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature 1.
Shut up.
-2. QNH 1021. ILS Yankee runway 1.
What?
Landing and departing runway 12.
Bullshit.
VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back. Hold short instructions. Advise controller
There is nothing
on initial
there.
Contact you have Foxtrot.
The only thing that would have killed me was the fucking me jumping out of the helicopter because I can't change the radio station. I'm not calling that. That was nothing I did.
Temperature 18.
I'm gonna redo that approach to see if we can read. Shut up, Alice, please.
0500 Zulu. Wind 187 at 6. Visibility tree. Sky condition clear. Temperature 19er. Dew point -2. QNH
So if anybody's watching who's unaware, I have a rule where if I crash, we restart the leg, which would put us back at Alice Springs. But if I didn't do anything to crash, where it's a glitch of the game, I'm not counting it.
Advise controller on initial contact you have Foxtrot.
And for that, there is no reason why I should have crashed, because I was like here, midair. So I'm unsure of why it killed us. Sometimes it be doing that, sometimes it doesn't, but Australia seemed to be pretty bad about that. But I'll admit if it's actually something me doing something wrong, but I'm not admitting fault on that one. We did nothing wrong. See, I did nothing there, but we bumped into something. And we are off the ground, but we're bumping into something. Because that was not me who moved the helicopter there. We kind of like hit a wall or something. See, I'm getting bumped from the left there. Just gonna put down and call it good before it kills us again for doing nothing wrong. Okay, cool. Restart, hell no. I said I'll restart if I actually do something fucking wrong, but I bumped into something. There's something like right there that I couldn't get past, and there's something that I bumped coming down onto this in Birdsville. Fuck that. Like, I don't want to crash on this around the world thing, but if I actually have a legitimate crash, I kind of want one now to prove to you guys that I will restart when it's actually a legitimate something goes wrong. But so far I've yet to actually have a legitimate something go wrong thing. Anyways, Shift C, we're out of the helicopter. Bing bang boom, we're down here near Uluru, or whatever it's called, because we have a big nipple somewhere. It's probably like that fucking direction. Anyways, there we go. We made it, despite waiting on weather. Oh, I forgot. So we'll be doing some rough IFR through Nepal, with my assumptions right now. So we'll see. I'll prove that. But anyways, it's been fun, everybody. We are now in the middle of Australia, which is aquí. So we're now there, and tomorrow we're gonna try to do a big jump. We might have to go back to Alice, or we may find something over here and go up. But anyways, within 3 days, I'd like to be either at the tip up here or getting ready to do that jump. You know, I'd want to be either way. But Tom, see ya. Thanks for thanks for the time. Go have fun doing wheelies. Mr. Georgia Plainspine, thank you as always for being here. Robert Harrison, I think I saw you in here at one point. There's somebody else that commented. I think Steve commented at some point way up in there. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here. Feel free to subscribe, like, whatever, because we still have getting north out of Australia. Let me turn weather off real quick so I can do a quick rundown for anybody unfamiliar. So for anybody unsure of what we're doing or what we have done, we started over here. We made our way up to the northwest of the US, went through Canada, Alaska, got up to here in Nome, did the cross. We came down, we did this island chain, hit Japan, came down this island chain, Taiwan, another big water crossing there. We beepity boop bop some islands there, another water day, beepity boop bop some island here, came down, Sunshine Coast, over, we just hit the nipple here, and now we're going to be going up here, getting back across, coming up through Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, Burma stuff, Nepal. We're going to do an Everest day. We can't summit because the helicopters won't let us in the game, but they technically could in real life. Jump over Pakistan, Afghanistan, hit Saudi, cross, see some of their cool mountains, Egypt, Benghazi, Italy, Greece, Europe, do a little bit of a European tour, and then bounce, come around, big bounce here, which is, I think that's our crossing point there to get over to here. I believe, let me just set that real quick so I can see. What's our biggest range, fella? Probably might be the S76. We should have that by then. Just put this on full fuel and see what it looks like. I think the 225 technically has more fuel, but it's kind of weird. So yeah, that there can get us just to there. The 225 does the same thing. There's no other jumps that are good enough as far as I know. Everything else is too far. Yeah, that puts us out over here. So we've got to come up here and do that jump to over here. That's going to be our closest day. We may have to fake a ferry tank for that, which if you're doing it around the world trip in a helicopter, you're going to be doing it with a ferry tank anyways. So, you know, it's... Let's just see what this one looks like. Configure. 225 is cool, but it has some weird things that it does in the game. Or I don't know, it just doesn't agree with my controller setup. Because I don't have self-centering cyclic. Let's see, save them back. Yeah, that puts that well within striking distance. Even from this lower one here. So we could save that jump. Or this jump there. And do this if we do the 225. So that's an option, and I'll dick around with the 225 here off stream on some other days to see if it seems worth it to where we can risk that, because I don't want to screw up that down. So I'd rather do this than have an extra jump. But if we can do this, then we can do that.
back down the East Coast, and we could end back in Henry County, where we started. But I want to come down through Florida, hit Freedom Factory and Bald Eagle Airfield. I want to hit the islands down here, and just add South America to the trip. So, I mean, we could do this, and if we were going to end here one day, we'd have another day, or another episode to get here, another episode to get here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days, another week and a half. Chinook is actually shorter. It's fast. That's a good thing on the Chinook, but it's shorter. But we could also feign a huge ferry tank with that if we were to be doing ferry tank rules. Wherever it is the day that we're doing ferry tank rules, I will be looking up like what actual ferry tanks would be for that particular aircraft, so I'm not just adding like 75,000 gallons of fuel or something. But yeah, you can see it's a much smaller range. But anyways, yeah, so for those of y'all who are watching, subscribe, because we got a lot of flying to do. Like I said, hopefully 3 days we'll be leaving Australia. And I'd like to see 3 days to be back on mainland Southeast Asia. Another 4 days to Nepal. Well, let's count real quick. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. We'll bounce around here some, so we'll call that 30. We might just go straight over that. We'll guess on the high side, 30. The 225 gives us the cleanest option over here. The big thing is, will it play right? Because its auto trim stuff really, really fucks with you. Even turning it on, off, whatever, it's fucking weird. Maybe they fixed it. Who knows? But there has been some weird stuff with the 225 that I've noticed since day one. With this, and before this series was even a thing, day one playing with the 225, I was having problems with it. Doing some weird ground effect sort of stuff. You probably could bring enough fuel for a Pacific crossing. What does it look like on Hawaii? Just set as departure. How many pounds are in it right now? Configure 6,800 pounds, so you could triple that in excess. What was it, 20,000 pound inside? That, so you could do 4 times the tank, so you do 5 times distance with that. Oop, I don't know. Did it change? Did it unfill me? I mean, honestly, same thing with the fucking Puma. Like, they've got such a huge capacity. Okay, that's more like it. 1, 2, 3. If you had a fucking ferry tank of just fuel, you might be able to do this. Same thing with, the Puma, I think you probably could. Oh no, you only got 5,000 pounds extra. Yeah, Puma couldn't do it. Either way, I've also considered trying to do a flight to Hawaii, but everything's just far enough away to where you can't do it. So like right here, obviously you could do a thing here, because we'd just say like any airport that we can take, you know. Says departure. So this right here would be our closest non-Hawaiian island thing that we could touch, which that could get us to there, obviously. We have this one down here, which is still a thing, but it's just a building. This isn't an active airport. This isn't an active island. So that's just a thing. With that said, I'm sure maybe you can say helicopter, you could get it there, and if you had fuel waiting, then yeah, you could, but we're going to do it by active airports in the game. So there's nothing down here that would reach. I don't even think here would reach. But these reach out here. If I can reach here, I can obviously reach here, so we'll put it here just because it's set as arrival. If we did ferry tank games, we could fly to Hawaii by bouncing the lower Pacific Islands. But yeah, it dead ends here, so there's no way going west to get from Hawaii down. Now we could even know how this is an island. How are you a runway? What are you? Oh, there it is. Okay. So that one would probably be our closest bet. We would just have to ferry tank there to there. So it's possible to get out there. It would just be ferry tank, but I think that'd be a neat one to do. Same thing, and another thing I also want to do, I want to do a Pan American series where we start Antarctica, down here at McMurdo Station or something. Don't give me this shit. You're down here somewhere. It's also winter time down here. It's also white everywhere, so you can't fucking see anything. Aha! So that puts South America within striking distance. So we could do that and then go all the way up to the, finish the series in 50 days. If you look at the older videos of the racer, it's the Dolphin. The new ones, it's a 160. Or the X3 or whatever it's called. One of these islands is called like Deception Island or something like that. Fun fact. I was looking at Antarctican bases on the Googs recently. Holly Research Station. This is a mobile station, fun fact. It's like a big conga train. There's actually airports, not airport, but landing strips down here. But it's just so hard to fucking find if you don't know the name of them because the little markers are white. Here's one. Fucking Antarctica. Oh, only right there? Jeez. India's station's over here somewhere. Anyways, riveting content here, boys. But, yeah, Antarctica's possible, so that's another thing. Anyways, I'm out for real as also. So thanks everybody for being here. Feel free to subscribe because we're going to be doing more of this, obviously, because I'm dedicated to finishing the series. And